Hello, everybody. I it's been quite an interesting couple of days. I've been like really working TikTok. I'm starting to get like I can go live on TikTok now. I have like 2.5K, like 2.5K followers on TikTok. Obviously, that's a small amount for TikTok, and a lot of those were probably like follow for follow people. Whatever. The point is like you grow on TikTok. Even the algorithm they have works like even if you do follow for follow, like if those are real people and not like alt accounts that people use for some weird reason, like at least they'll see when you make videos, and that's the main point. Like obviously follow for follow doesn't work if all you do is not even like all you do is like I don't know. Some people are like Sith Lord about it. Like there's people who make like a good amount of money. Like they seem to be making a lot of money just doing like growth parties, and I'm like, I'm not Sith Lord enough to do that. Okay. I just want to get like a good amount of followers so that when I make a video, it'll push it out to people, and that seems to be the case. I've been told I'm actually a really good TikToker. I reply to comments. I engage. I keep a positive attitude. I go live and like respond to people and talk to people about real life issues the same as I do here. And like I've learned over the past year that like once people, I mean obviously the serious people who listen to me really like what I have to say. And yeah, and I have to trust that. I have to trust that, like people like me, obviously there's always going to be people who hate you. And I think the biggest thing is that, like, I know that obviously I wouldn't be streaming if I didn't think I had something to offer the world. And obviously, I have to believe in myself. I have to believe that people want to keep coming back. And people do. And, I keep getting upset lately. I really apologize for the last stream. I was really depressed, but I decided to stream anyway just because, it's like I don't want to be depressed alone. I'd rather stream and risk blowing up at my audience, which my audience, has put up with a lot of my BS over the past year, but I have to give myself credit. I've been going through a lot, and my therapist and my doctors have all said, it's like the fact that you're like going through all this, you're really a lot more resilient than you're giving yourself credit for. And so that's something that I've been really like trying to focus more on. Also my hair is like I don't know what it's doing, but it's looking great and it's feeling great. I like it. It still has like at the ends, like I have some damaged ends, and sometimes I think I need to get some coconut oil and stop using the castor oil because I think like it has a chance of like matting, and like what happens is like seems to get like they get stuck together is what happens. So I've been trying to like pull the ends out, like separate them. I need to get some coconut oil. From what I've read or from what I've heard on YouTube, from somebody who was she seemed to be knowledgeable about hair. Um, was that coconut oil is the best thing you can use for your hair conditioning, like deep conditioning. I use a coconut oil conditioner for the shower, but like actual like overnight conditioning is like a thing that I do, and I was using castor oil before, but I'm really not liking it for my hair. Now I'm really liking it for my skin. Hey Siddhartha, hey, welcome. Thanks for the follow. There's a 1 minute follow delay, so please bear with me with that. Bear with me with that. Yeah, thanks for connecting with me on Discord. I'm happy to play chess. If you'd like to play chess tonight, I can make a link. I'm about ready to get started. I really just started. I was just giving. I usually like giving a little preamble. I kind of have like. Oh hey Cheerio Eater, hi. I have a little bit of a format that I've developed over the year. I start the stream with like a starting soon screen for a little bit, and then I do a preamble, just kind of updating the channel about what's been going on with my life, what's been going on with my channel, my general social media, and just kind of like what I'm thinking about, what's going on, just so we can set the tone. And then that can go on for like between like 3 minutes to like an hour. I'm not sure because I never really keep track. I do things in stages. Like, I have the starting soon. That can go on for a few minutes or maybe 10 minutes or more. You were on a Frank Castle video? Yeah, I know. Hey, Siddhartha. Welcome. I know I was on a Frank Castle video. I wish he would, I wish he would give me whatever revenue he got from it. But you know, obviously I can't force that. I can't afford lawyers. And also, you know, it's like, you know, the past is in the past. You know, the past is in the past. Let it go, let it go. Can't hold me back anymore. Okay. But yeah, you know, the past is in the past. That really happened. Some people don't realize like what that was. That really happened, and a lot of, you know, it's been a lot worse. You know, there's a lot of stuff in my past that was never caught on film. That's like way worse than that. So, and then I rewatched it a few weeks ago, and I was like, okay, well, it's actually not as bad as I thought it was, and maybe that's just because I'm either, you know, desensitized to it, or just some time has passed since it. And obviously, it was not a very good moment for me and my dad, but me and my dad have moved over it really quick, and in fact, like I even had him on stream like a few days, like after the Frank Castle video, and we talked about it and we cried about it, and we move forward. That's what it's all about. You know, you don't just live in like one little teeny tiny box for your entire life. I mean, some people try to. I don't think that's healthy. And if you can't have a career without being able to sustain a livable life, then why even have a career? Like, you know, yeah, you get money and stuff, but like if you're going to be miserable, then that money may as well not mean anything. Like if you have a whole bunch of money, you can go, I mean, at least when you have money, you have the ability to explore like what you can do. Oh, thanks for trans rights. Yeah, it's we had a huge win with Biden, and obviously we get this crybaby who still insists that there's voter fraud. But like this is a big win for trans rights. If for nothing else, the fact that during the town hall he said that trans people should be allowed to have equal protection. He basically said that he was a little bit off. Like he said, like people who choose to live like this, people who choose to be he said like people who want to be trans. Like I'm like, okay, I get it. He's a boomer. Let's just give him this one, okay? Like he can grow, okay? Like we can say like, hey, like I'm a trans person, President Biden. This is what it's like being trans, and let me explain my situation and what I've heard from many people. And you know, obviously I don't know if Biden would ever talk to me, but you never know. I'm not going to discount it. What if President Biden wants to talk to Rebecca? Okay, like what if I had Biden on stream? Could you imagine that? Could you even like fathom? Could you even fathom if President Biden was on my Twitch stream? Could you? I can imagine it, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Okay, it might. Like, I mean, imagine if he showed up on every single trans person's stream. That would be like the biggest thing ever. Like seriously, I would be like, oh, that would be some free clout. But yeah, yeah, you know, clout's one thing, but you know, the thing I was talking about at the beginning, like I've been growing on TikTok. And you know, TikTok's a little bit of a different kind of beast. I really feel comfortable on TikTok. It's really like I can just be really silly. I can make short little videos, and it's fun to make. And like and people like it apparently, and it's fun. And it's just like I feel like TikTok was made for me. I'm just so like bing, 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 like and I can of course get better at it. But you know, the clout is not the end goal. You know, the clout is just like a doorway. Like you open the doorway, what's gonna be there on the other side? If you get a ton of clout and you have nothing to offer, then like what's the point of all the clout? Like I don't know, understand all these people who are just like, let's just grow, let's grow, let's grow, and then it's like they have like no content. Like like what's the point? Like I know that I trust myself, and I know that I have a lot to offer. I know that I'm multi-talented. I know that I'm very compassionate and understanding, and I'm very like able to like discuss things, at least for the most part. Merry Christmas. And but besides that, you know, I have a lot of different talents, and also the most important part is I don't rely on a single talent to get me through things without working on it. Like my whole thing about life is that we need to constantly work on who we are as a person. Merry Christmas is still a month. Hey, I mean, you can't, you know, let Cheerio have their day, okay? Like, but yeah, let's let's switch over to chess, and then we can play some chess. Would you like to play some chess? If you want to play some chess, let me know. If you don't have an account on chess, I can make a challenge link, and all you have to do is click on the link, and you'll be able to play me directly. But at first I have to actually, every single time I start on chess, for some reason it doesn't do the standard properties that says match title, otherwise find window of same executable. For some reason that doesn't actually like so for some reason it doesn't actually like translate. I don't know why. Oh, I need to make a new scene that's just for studies. Okay. Oh, that's what Control Alt F2 does. Okay, Control F2 is mute. Control Alt F3 is unmute. Okay. Control Alt F4. Let's see. What's this one? Oh, this is for Baduk. That's for Go. Okay, what's this one then? Oh, that's that. This is for Shogi. What's this one? What's this one? Oh, that's muting desktop audio. Okay. I don't know chess, sorry. It's okay, you can just hang out and you learn by watching. You actually learn a lot by watching. Control Alt F11. That's a shortcut I can use. But for now I can just use the scene changer. Control Alt F11 works. Wait, didn't I duplicate it? Oh yeah, chess study. Okay, and then I need to fix the crop. So yeah, excuse me. I know it's a little bit slow, a little bit of a slow start, but it's kind of what we got to do to set this up so that it's nice and pretty, so that we can have the study board. And yeah, it's okay. You know, we're gonna study chess together. That you learn a lot by watching. You know, you can't learn if you don't. You can't finish if you don't start. You know, my dad always says. Hopefully some Wednesday. Yeah, hopefully. I'm gonna play some Rapid. I do a lot better in Rapid. Okay, and then here's what I was studying, because like basically, oh, I forgot. Maybe that's what it was. Oh, so I didn't actually need to make I didn't need to make that at all. All I had to do was full screen. Okay. So yeah, I didn't even have to do that. All I had to do was full screen. So I was looking at this at this specific bishop move, like what I should do. I can just play here. The thing I was worried about the most is if white plays e5. And the thing about e5 is that it is attacking the knight. And obviously I can move the knight away, but I already moved the knight. And so why would I want to move again when I can just take it? And so it's like you sacrifice the fact that you like trade off pawns and you open up this d file, which may or may not be useful for white or black, but you know, you take, and then just develop as normal, putting some pieces between the bishop and the f7 square. And that's the theory. That theory, if you don't know opening theory is basically what do you do on the beginning of the game. Opening theory is studied, like deeply studied positions that people have known like through intense study, that are like the theoretically best moves. And so like e4 is like one of the most common. It's actually the most common among top grandmasters. E4, like the top players in the world, and E4 is the most common and the strongest and the most common reply, and what's considered to be theoretically the strongest reply is C5, and that's what I play as black. And it has a lot of different variations, as you can see in the arrows I've already drawn. Um, but generally, you just move forward with this. Usually common. You could also play here, which if this is played, the basically the only move is taking right away. And basically, any time in the Sicilian that white plays oops, I deleted all the arrows. That sucks. Um, you can't undo it. um, I have to click record to not do that. But yeah, so basically, anytime white plays d4 in the Sicilian, this is called the Sicilian, by the way. This is Sicilian opening. When you have this pawn played from the c file, and basically, anytime white plays this pawn, you basically always take it. Maybe there's some cases where you don't, but I don't know of any. So knight f3, that's like one of the most standard replies. And so I like to play d6 after this, and I eventually want to get like the knight here, pawn over here. This is the standard stuff. Like this is all theory. Like you want to get these pieces to these squares. You want to get castled and all that. So it's like, it's a standard structure. You're basically pointing your pawns toward the b4 pawn. Mainly the c5 pawn specifically is defending d4, because now d4, the most common reply, you just take right away, and then the knight takes, and then you just continue development, and you're attacking this pawn, but white can just play knight c3 to defend. And so this is my favorite move. It's called the Najdorf. It's a6. It's guarding against one of these knights from coming over to b5. That's the goal. And the biggest thing you want to do is, regardless of what, I know, like, when you look at openings, it's so easy to just see, this is a bunch of moves. I should just memorize which moves to play. But no, it's like the whole thing about openings, and the best way to really understand them is that there's a reason behind every single move. And so when you play a6, you have to ask yourself, why did my opponent play this move? If you're playing white, you have to ask yourself, why did my opponent play a6? And you're saying, okay, well, what if my opponent didn't play f6? What if my opponent just played like bishop here? Well, then you're like, okay, well, what can I possibly do? Obviously, the bishop is guarding this square, but I could put my knight here. And obviously, black can still chase it away. So this is probably not a very good idea. But the idea is that, like, that move is allowed. And then maybe you would move it back here or something. If you really wanted to get the knight on a3, then maybe you could have done that. But because black played here, that's not possible because you just take. And even though you get the pawn back, not only did you open up your rook, which is kind of really strong, but you traded, you win a knight for a pawn, which, every piece in the game has a piece value. And so a pawn is worth 1. If you want to get really technical, the center pawns are worth 1. The pawns next to them are worth 0.9, and the pawns next to them are 0.8. And the other pawns next to them are worth 0.7, if you want to get really technical. But for all intents and purposes, you can just say a pawn's worth 1 point. To put things in perspective, the queen's worth about 9 points. And so the king is obviously the most important, because if it's your turn and you can't make a legal move because you're in check, if you're in check and you can't move your king or capture the piece that's checking the king, then you lose the game. It's called checkmate. And so you want to protect your king at all costs. Some people say it's infinite points. I would actually say it's more like 4 points, especially in the end game, because the king becomes an attacking piece when all the pieces are off the board. That's the biggest thing. You have what's called minor pieces and major pieces. So the major pieces are the queen, which is worth 9 pawns. So there's only 8 pawns on the board for each side, and so the queen's worth all of those and then 1 more. or about 3 pieces. But when we say pieces, we mean minor pieces. But major pieces are the queen and the rooks. And the rooks are worth 5 pawns. And then we have what's called the minor pieces, which are the bishops and knights, and you have 2 of each. And so the knights are worth about 3 pawns, depending on where they are. If you're in the center, and if they have if they have plenty of squares to move to, they're probably worth about 3, or maybe 3.5. If they're if they're like on the side and they don't really have anywhere to move, they only have 2 squares to move. Whereas if you move here, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 squares you can move forward. But if here you can only move 2 squares forward. So you want to play towards the center, especially with the knights. But the bishops are also worth about 3 pawns, depending on how much. Like let's say for argument's sake, this pawn is here. Well, now the bishop's worth a little less because there's a pawn blocking it. So same with Same if you did something like this, because now you're blocking this bishop. So now this bishop can't get through because this piece is blocking it, this pawn. And that's basically it. Learning how the pieces move is like the most important thing to do. There are certain rules, like you play e4, e5. Let's just get a standard opening out of here. There's special rules. One is called castling, and it means that if you have not moved the king and either rook, there's what's called castling queenside and castling kingside. And basically, castling is where you have no intervening pieces, so you can't castle into check, you can't castle through check, and you can't castle out of check. Those are the 3 rules. And you also and there's also 2 more. You can't have moved the king, even if you move back. So even if you move back, castling's no longer allowed for both sides because you both move the king. But and also if you move the rook, you can no longer castle. But since white has not moved the rook or the king, you can actually castle kingside. And if you want to, I'm going to give you another visualization. If you cut the board in half, you can say that you have 2 different sides of the board. And if you look at the pieces, the king is on this side. And these are the kings, and white's king is facing your opponent's king, and white's queen is facing your opponent's queen. And so if you call this the king side, what would you suppose this side would be called? Yeah, I need to hydrate. Thanks for that. Ripun Bansahal, welcome. But you can consider that both of these are different sides. They're independent. It's all one board. But like if you want to visualize, you can say that you castle kingside when you oops. But yeah, that's basically it. There's another rule. Let's say I move this pawn. So if you want to divide the board in half another way, you have white's camp and black's camp. And so you have 2 different sides of the board that way. This is really important. You have to be able to visualize. It's actually the most important skill in chess, besides tactical calculation, and positional understanding, and opening understanding, and endgame understanding, and how to evaluate a position and how to find candidate moves. But the main thing is visualization. You need to be able to see patterns. You need to be able to see the pieces. And so if you divide the piece between white's camp and black's camp, then you can understand a move called en passant. So let's say you just move this piece. If I move this over here, if you recall, the pawn has a special move where you can play 2 at once or you can play 1. So you have this fast move where you play twice. And so if you move again and you're in your opponent's camp, remember, where's your dad? He's in bed. What's your problem? Why don't you marry my dad? Why are you obsessed with my dad? Don't do that. Anyway, Once you move past into enemy territory, well, now you kind of have a special move. The pawns that are to the side of the pawn that's in your opponent's camp, if they decide to move to, then for one turn and one turn only, you have the option of capturing. If you make another move in between, then you no longer have this option. It's not legal. Yeah, well, I mean, there's no reason for you to ask. Yeah, my dad has absolutely nothing to do with my stream. I don't know what you're like. I don't know why you're obsessed with where my dad's at. It's really antagonizing question. In fact, I'm gonna time you out because you started with Box Life, and I know who the fuck you are. You're some asshole incel fucking idiot who probably voted for Trump. So just get the fuck out of my channel with that shit. I'm gonna give you a timeout. Like, leave my dad alone. And if you can't behave yourself, you're gonna get a ban. Like, just don't fuck around with me. Just don't fuck with me. Okay? You don't know my life. You don't know me. You don't know what I've been through. Don't fuck with me. Anyway. Yeah, you have this, you have this ability to capture, in one turn. It's called en passant. It's French for in passing. So that's basically it. That's everything you need to know about chess, basically. That's Anyway, I'm done doing a little bit of study. I'm actually gonna play some games. If you would like to play a game, let me know in the chat, and we can. Oops. Well, accidentally did a 5-minute game. Oh well, that's fine. So I'm gonna play black. I said good luck, have fun. Oh, I need to add the I need to add the clock. Yeah, don't be sorry, just don't do it. Think about what you're saying. Hey, thanks for the follow, big fan. I mean, just think about it. Don't be rude. Like there's no reason to be rude. There's no reason to bring my dad into this. I get a lot of people who are just like you, who came here from Box Life, and you can just fuck right off. Okay? You have no idea. You have no idea who I am. You saw like a video that was made by a fucking asshole. Okay? A fucking asshole. Frank Hassel is probably like the biggest asshole I've ever seen on YouTube. I know. What I'm saying is like these are the people who come here. So just put yourself in my shoes for a second and think about what you say before you say it. Okay? I have zero tolerance for you people. For you Box Life people. I have zero tolerance for you. I saw 2,000 comments. Every single one was transphobic. Every single one was like, I need to get locked up. Every single person in there was a fucking piece of shit. So if you come here from Box Life, you need to tread fucking carefully, okay? I don't have any patience for that shit. I don't have any patience for that shit. Okay, this is a chess stream, and this is about my life. And if you're not here to help me, if you're not here to support me, if you're not here to join me on my journey, then you can just get the fuck out of here, because I don't want to hear your stupid little 12-year-old bullshit where you come in here from a video that you saw on the internet and you think that you're clever. You're not unique. Okay, you are not unique. And I might not be speaking to you. I'm speaking to all these other people. Okay, so don't take it personally. Like, just don't take it personally, Cheerio. Like, you have to prove yourself. That's the rules of my channel. Like, don't be a dick, okay? And if you continually act like a dick, you're gonna get banned. That's all there is to it. I've had too many people just like you show up and say Box Life to put up with it. Okay? Hey, Mr. Chess Manager. So sometimes I get some real talk. You know, it's like I used to like dance around it. I used to try to be nice, but you can't with these people. You just can't. And like I said, you know, it's not about you, Cheerio. It's about the other people. You know, I get like I get like 30,000 people saw that video and 2,000 comments were completely negative and bigoted and transphobic and just completely ableist and just attacking me and attacking my dad, making all sorts of assumptions. That was like the only people who come to my channel, like pretty much the only people who come to my channel are like that, and it's not fair. It's not fair. I deserve to have people who support me, and people do support me. People do come in here and they show me support, and I really appreciate those people. They make it all worth it. But I don't have any, like, just try to put yourself in my shoes. You get people every day in your stream who come in, say they watch Box Life, and they start saying the same kind of rhetoric over and over and over again. It's gonna start pissing me off, and I'm not gonna put up with it. Okay, that's all there is to it. Just try to put yourself in my shoes. Okay, I'm a trans woman. I get a lot of hate on the internet. Okay, like, I understand that, like, for sometimes if I was a cisgender white male and I was getting angry at stuff like this, then maybe it would be unwarranted. But this is the kind of hate that I get as a trans person. This is people who just hate me just for existing. And not, and obviously I'm very outspoken and I make a lot of content, and because I do that, a lot of my, you see the good, the bad, and the ugly, and that's just part of being an internet personality. And I don't think there's anything wrong. I'm not going to try to hide, because I can't pretend like I'm perfect. I can't pretend like I don't have bad moments. And so obviously, I have to move forward. I can't just say, oh, well, that never happened. Or I can't just, like, give up and say, oh, my career's over because of this one thing. It's like, no. Like, my career's not over. It's only just getting started. And in fact, it's making me stronger, because I can look back and say, hey, that was a mistake. Just like in chess. I can say, hey, I made a mistake. What can I do next time to do that? And obviously, I don't think any of the mistakes I've made are something that I can't recover from. I think there's a lot of hope for me as a person, and and as a career, and I just wish people wouldn't do this to trans people. And I know people do it to women as well, or anybody who is differently abled. I really wish this would change. And I know that it's like it's easy to, you have to understand, when I say Trump supporters, it's not because you supported Trump. It's because you supported Trump despite all the evidence that supports somebody who enables bigoted behavior, who enables homophobic behavior, who enables transphobic behavior, all sorts of toxic behavior. And literally rolls back an administration that rolls back protections of trans people and other LGBTQ people. And so you have to understand, when somebody says they vote for Trump, it's an act of violence against trans people. An act of violence. And you may not think it is, because you think it's just words, but your words have real life actions. When you say, oh, well, it's okay for me to say that because that's just an opinion, but then many people say it. Many people continue to attack trans people. Some people even commit suicide for it. Sorry to get really real with you. Sorry I didn't do a trigger warning. I'm sorry. Okay? Like, it's too commonplace for me. I seem to forget that sometimes I forget that not all people are trans, and that talking about this kind of subject is just commonplace for us. It's normal, and it shouldn't be normal. It shouldn't be normal to talk about this subject. I want to avoid it because of terms of service, but it's obviously I'm not advocating self-harm, and I'm not, nothing like that. But it's normal for us. 41% of the transgender population commits suicide every single, 40%, 41%. 41%. And you know why? It's not because we're trans. It's because of people who vote for Trump. It's, and it's not about the fact that they vote for Trump. It's the fact that they endorse all that Trump stands for. And Trump stands for hate and control and fascism and lies. And we're finding this out. And all these Trump supporters are eventually going to see the truth. They're eventually going to wake up and realize, wait a minute, I can't go with these lies anymore. Like, there's going to be a point of no return where people are going to wake up and realize it. Hopefully, at least. I hope. But yeah, sorry to get heated up a little bit. It's just people who come in here with Box Life really don't rub me the right way. So if you come in here to my stream and say box life, you're already like being watched. You're already being watched. So that's all there is to it. And yeah, you could think that I'm unfair, but you know, it's my life and it's my well-being and it's my channel, so you know, you can deal with it. You know, you don't have to be here. I don't want you here if you're gonna say, you know, obviously if you're gonna go against terms of service, then you're gonna be banned anyway. So yeah, you know, just because I have a low viewer count doesn't mean I have to put up with toxic behavior. I really appreciate your support, Cheerio. And I'm sorry I timed you out, and I'm sorry I got mad at you, but you know, it just reminded me of all the times that that people have, you know, hurt me, and it's, you know, it really does hurt. And I know that I have a low view count, and that I'm not very popular online, and I have low clout, but you know, that doesn't give people the right to just stomp all over me because they're like, oh well, you have to let me stomp on you because you don't have enough viewers, and you have to. It's like, no, I don't need viewers who are going to treat me like that. I'd rather have 0 viewers than have 100 viewers who are just going to attack me. And I don't know. It's just how it is. Thanks for the follow, Lunatic Blaze. And that reminds me of Final Fantasy VII. I kept calling there was like there was a limit break called like Lunatic Moon, but I used to call it like it was Red 13, I think, and I would always call it Lunatic Moon. I'm like, oh, Lunatic Moon. And I'm like, wait a minute, it's Lunatic, or maybe it was Lunatic Moon. Yeah, I'm gonna call you Lunatic. That's a cool. That sounds cool. I don't know. What do you prefer being called? Just let me know in the chat. If you want to play me chess, challenge me. My name is Rebecca Lauren on Lee Chess. Or I can make a challenge link. I accidentally did a 5-minute game. Actually, no, 5 minutes is not too bad. I can actually just play 5-minute games tonight and really just kind of relax. Yeah, 5 minutes is a good time. I don't know if I want to open up the e-file yet. I really don't, because I could just close it. If I take... Let me close it. Hi, Lunatic. Yeah, we're just playing some chess, having some conversations, talking about life. Sometimes I get a little worked up. Like I said, you know, it's I'm a human being. I'm not a like a, you know, you can't just pull a string on me and have me say what you want, you know. No Twitch streamer is. And some people are better at it. Some people are really good at entertaining people that way, but you know, I can't be them. I can only be me. And the only way I know how to be me is to just, you know, be myself. And sometimes I'm really heated about something. I try to keep focus, and I try to keep oh, well, thanks, Lunatic. Well, at this point, I'm up on time. I can actually, well, and also that's pretty much the only move. The alternative, I didn't really want to calculate, which was sacking the exchange. I don't know, and because of the bishop, that would have been really bad. So now what I want to do is I actually want to close that, because now the bishop can't check until I could, you know, either chase the bishop away, or I can somehow attack the pawn a second time and take with the bishop or something. Anyway, I went on time. Yeah, 5-8. Let's go to the quick pairing. Let's do 5+3. You almost lost 2 pieces there. Let's look at it. Oh, I get some challenges. Okay. Yeah, let's just play the next game. All right. Good luck. Have fun. Bakugan. Pawn takes, bishop checks. Well, that's why I played the rook in front of it. Okay, well, let's go with the King's Indian defense. And I'm gonna play Nimzo. The rook caused it? Oh, wow. Well, he had like 15 seconds, or they had. I mean, not Nimzo. Yeah, Nimzovich defense. Yeah. Well, let me check here. Okay. So you're attacking C7. At some point, I probably want to play D6. Put a pawn in between. Because if I play D6, I want to play knight BD7. Because if I play knight C6, you have a chance of attacking. Is that a big deal? I don't know. I mean, ideally I would be able to push and it's defended. But obviously I'm just going to castle. It's important to put pressure on the knight before taking it. Yeah. Oh yeah, C5 and then Queen A5. Because then you have the bishop, you know, you have time before white puts pressure. And Queen A5 guards the 5th rank, and also it threatens it forces white to do something to like place the bishop here. I don't know. I like the idea of just doubling up the pawns. I don't know if this is too slow or not. I don't want to play here. I just don't like the idea. It seems like I'm strengthening white's pawn structure that way. I want to keep the pawn structure kind of weird. Could go for fianchetto. I don't know if that really accomplishes much. So I'm just gonna play the pawns. Main goal of the Nimzo is to castle ASAP and put pressure on white's king. Okay, but bishop kind of controlling escape squares here, so obviously not really important to at the moment. Something to be aware of down the line. There's only one knight for white, so I don't have to worry about any kind of forks. Obviously the queen's in charge over here, so I am gonna have to fianchetto. So I'm just gonna play knight B D7. Okay, white's getting ready to castle. Knight's doesn't have anywhere to go. So the only thing I can think of is like knight H4, or maybe you're gonna move over to the queen side. That's actually kind of a good plan. Because I think then you can push the pawn. Yeah, I'm gonna... It's kind of like a perk defense now. A little bit. You can still play C5. Yeah, just a heads up though, I usually don't allow kibitzing during the game. But, I don't know. I don't really care. We're kind of casual tonight. And I don't know if this is a rated game or not. It might be a casual. I don't know. Okay, and then it's going to be another closed position, just like the last game. Yeah, we're kind of more of a hangout channel. Obviously, I am trying to improve at chess, but if we want to do kibitzing, it's during the study after the game. I look at the games afterwards, and then we do all the kibitzing. So I enjoy your enthusiasm, but you know, I'm not here to cheat. I'm here to play my own game the best I can, and then afterwards we can look at it. You can kibitz all you want. Okay, that's a very weak dark squared bishop along that diagonal. Um, maybe white wants to play bishop h4 and put control over the h4 d8 diagonal. And I don't have a bishop to go and intervene because I gave it up early. So it's kind of a frustrating thing. Maybe I can play queen, yeah, queen c7. But what's my queen gonna do there is the question, because like now I can't play queen a5. So I need to do something to push here. I need to play a5 before I do that, I think, because I need the rook behind it. Either that or I play the rook to b8 and then I push. But then I still need the bishop here. So I either play bishop a6 and then rook b8 and then b5. It also keeps the bishop defending. And I think this is just too slow. If I play a5, like there's no real reason to play it. Because what is it doing? It's defending an already defended square. So yeah, I don't like that. Let's just do bishop a6. This is temporarily kind of weird, but like I like how it's looking at the rook, but also I could play rook b8 and then push, and that's the plan. Okay, that opens up some dark squares. So maybe the queen wants to come over, but no, the dark squares are defended on the king side. So I'm just going to move forward with rook b8, kind of continue the plan. Making sure to breathe and just focus on looking at every single piece, make sure I'm not making any blunders. Make sure that I'm not leaving any weaknesses, obviously. So now the queen is guarding. So now I need to get the queen into the position. Also need to defend the bishop, so that helps. So that's like a reaction move. I would like to play queen b7, and then I can start some kind of attack. What is your rating? I have no idea, dude. I only play online mostly. I've only played about like 5 or I've played about like 8 games over the board, and I've played against 1800 players and 1600 players over the board. So I guess if you really want to like ballpark it, I would say around 1800 over the board. My very first game over the board like was in 2011, so 9 years ago. And my very first over the board game was a draw against a 1600. So that, and I've studied a lot since then. So, ooh, did I lose a knight? Did I lose a knight? I need to try to find compensation. That was an oversight. Jeez, that sucks. Wham. Okay, well, well, now I can just push. And I don't have to worry about that pawn. It's just, it's already, I don't need to worry about it, so. I still have the B file. I need to make sure the bishop, if only I could chase the bishop away from there, I could take. Or I can just defend. If I defend, then I'd be able to trade off. Oh, I don't want to trade off. That's the thing. What if I play the rook up here? Well, you could just defend. Double up rooks. Last tournament you played was at Worlds under 17, but since then I stopped all because of school. Yeah, you gotta focus on what you need to do for your own life, For me, like, chess is like one of the most important things for my life. So it's like, it's not the only thing. Like, obviously I'm also a musician, and that's one of the things I actually went to school for. Um, and I love being an internet personality and like a broadcaster. I've always, and a writer, I'm a writer. So I've always wanted to communicate, in public forums. I ever since I learned how to write, I've always wanted to like be able to express my own thoughts, and I need to learn how to convince people more. That's something I really don't have. Is that I don't really have I don't really have. I'm more of an emotional writer. Like I express, like I guess expressive writer. I express my thoughts and feelings, and I'm not really good at persuading. That's like it's really hard for me to use cold logic to try to persuade people. I just use like I'm actually more interested in like fiction writing. Just trying to convey ideas. You play the piano? Nice. Yeah, piano's hard. I had to take a few semesters of piano for my degree. I still haven't finished my degree, but I'll get back to that as soon as I can. It's been a roller coaster ride, like an absolute roller coaster ride since I started my transition. It's like I've gone to therapy. I got sober first, and then I started therapy, and then I started hormone therapy, and then like it's just been a roller coaster. We're trying to fix my life. We're trying to get on SSI because I'm autistic and I'm permanently disabled because of that, and also multiple reasons that have happened since childhood. Like I just have a lifetime of like just problems of abuse, and it's hard, but I'm gonna get through it, and we're making a lot of progress. And my doctors keep reminding me that like I've come like really far. And I'm really resilient, in spite of all this. I could have given up at any moment, and I didn't. It's a lot. Now there's two defenders. I really wish I didn't allow this. It sucks. Right? I needed to like not get distracted by this pawn. I don't really have to capture that pawn yet. I don't really see anything forcing me yet. Unless maybe I want to move my knight over. I don't know what my knight would do here. Well, that defends it. But at what cost? Is the question. Is there anything I can take advantage of? Well, I could do that. But I lose a pawn. Oh, I can open up the I can try to open up the F file. Is there a way to defend the bishop? No. I doubled up two sets of pawns though. That's kind of interesting. Oh, I lose a pawn. I forgot about that. Jeez. Well, let me take... What am I doing? Oh. Jeez. So proud of you. It takes so much to handle all the struggles. What makes the difference is that you don't let it bring you down. Yeah, thank you. I kind of have like a more sentimental and like kind of humanistic approach to my stream, and this is kind of usually the stuff we talk about right now, and it matches whatever's going on in my life. I know that's not always the best strategy for broadcasting, but it's what I can do. I can. Oh, and this was hanging. What am I doing? What am I doing? My opponent missed it. This is BS. Jeez. It's total BS. Oh fuck, I'm just gonna resign. GG. Yeah, let me look at the game. And then I'll play a rematch against this person. Let's see. Okay, I didn't necessarily need to do that. I don't have to really do that. Since white brought their bishop out of the pawn chain, I really don't have to worry about the bishop coming back without white losing tempo, so I really could have just castled, and then if this happened, I can trade off. But, like you said, seemed a little odd to me. I don't know if this was a bad idea so far, but there was a mistake I made right here. See, this is as I had no place for my knight, so what I could have done is I could have just kept my queen over here. If you take now, I can take with the rook, and now I'm ready to double up my rooks. So I don't think white would want to trade. Oh, there's a learn from your mistakes mode now. Okay, so I played here. Well, this is already so late in the game. There's already way more mistakes played before this. Wait, I played... Yeah, I played d5. Maybe I should have just taken. Yeah, it's a good move. Okay. I played c5 there. Maybe I could have played here. Well, this is just all engine stuff. I mean, it's like evaluating my moves. I really don't like these. I don't like these, like, see where you could have played better things, because it's just, like, ridiculous. Okay, let's get back to my games. I'm ready for another challenge. Oh, I wasn't finished looking at the game. I forget how to look at my previous games. Oh, let me go to... I have to go to my account, go to profile. Oop, someone challenged me. I played one rapid game. There it is. But where's the game? Oh, here it is. Bring it up on an analysis, and then I'm going to actually add it to a study. And add it to 15 plus 10 games. Okay, here we go. And Bakugan. There we go. So I'll make a leech account. Yeah, I mean, I can also just make a challenge link, but obviously an account doesn't take too long to make. So you were talking about c5 at a certain point. I probably could have played c5 first. I think is what you were talking about. After knight f3. Yeah. By the way, I don't know if I can actually oops. Yeah. Before bishop takes knight? Yeah, obviously. I'm not required to do that yet because it's, I can just castle. Or I can even play h6. Or I can, there's a lot of things I can do. Oh, now c5. Yeah, okay. If you take, well, now it's tripled up pawns if you take. Hey, Praveen Kumars from Lichess. Yeah, white doesn't want to take. Wait, so if white takes, apply more pressure? Oh yeah, queen. Because now I'm... Also, if you move the pawn, it's attacking the bishop. And it's putting more pressure on the king. Okay. If you attack the bishop, takes. Yeah, that's kind of it. That wouldn't happen. So yeah, at that point, definitely not a3. I need some more water. Yeah, and also want to make some coffee. It looks like I'm not going to sleep. It's okay, I'm making up for lost time. We're doing a long stream. Lots of chess. I want to get back into the kind of chess study I was doing like over a year ago, because for like from 2018 until like until the beginning of 2020, I was studying like 4 hours a day at least, if not like 8 hours throughout the whole day. I know how to take breaks. I remember I studied music in college, and when you study music, you learn how to, or I learned at least, I learned to spread out your study. And so it's like you study for like 30 minutes and then you take a quick break. Like you go for a little walk or something, or you talk to people or whatever. I would always like leave the practice room, have a chat with people, talk about what we're doing and stuff. I made some really good friends in college. It was really great, and to this day, they're still there, and it's like well, at least a little bit. Yeah, so I don't know what White would do about this, because there's some real pressure of taking. So I don't know if you would just play queen d3, because that's putting some pressure on h7, but it's also defending. You never studied chess, but you know all these openings. Like, what? What do you mean you never studied chess? You've literally studied chess every single time you've played a game. That's what study is. That's study, because you looked at the board and you studied it. That's what literally study means. You mean like you've never read a book, and that's fine. It's just like with music. Like you don't have to like learn music theory to be a musician. Yeah. And then bishop takes, queen takes. Oh, and then you triple up pawns. You only play, never analyze? Well, analyzing is actually like the most important. But obviously, if playing is fun for you, then do that. You know, the most important thing is do what you enjoy doing. If you don't enjoy doing analysis, then don't enjoy doing analysis. For me, the analysis is the most fun part. Like this is the best part. Then 94. But if you take the knight. Oh, you mean after all that? Obviously you don't want to do that. Yeah, and I'm attacking 2 pawns. And the bishop. So you can defend one of the pawns and then I take the other pawn. So I'm going to win a pawn no matter what white plays. Yeah, but that wouldn't happen. So just play c5. And then let's see. What can white do here? White to play. You can just play h3. Attacking the bishop. And then I can take. And then pawn takes. I think that's what I was like. I think that's what I should have gone for with the c5. And then you can challenge me now? Awesome. Let's Bakugan wants to play again. But I'll play you first. Let me message Bakugan. Going to play another person first. Yeah, I mean, at least let them know that I'm playing somebody else and that I'm aware. Thoughts on pizza? Well, it's got a lot of carbs, but like I really like the taste of pizza. Like when you get a slice of pizza at like a pizzeria and it's like nice and gooey. Like that's awesome. I like it when it's like nice and gooey and it has that like really nice smell of like especially like with Italian sausage. It's like oh, okay, I can send you a challenge. Okay. Let's play some 15 plus 10. We can play rated or casual. It depends on if you want to do kibitzing during the game or if you want to play the game and then study it. Which one? Oh, you challenged me. Oh, so it's a rated game. You want to do 10-0? Okay. So if we play a rated game, that means that we don't talk about the game until afterwards. If we play casual, we can do whatever you want. You can talk about whatever. Obviously, I treat every game like it's a rated game in my mind. Like I treat every game as a really important game, as if I'm playing it for like a lot of money. You don't want to rate it? We can abort it. And I'd prefer 15 plus 10 with increment. I'll send you a challenge. So I'll do a casual game with you. 15 plus 10. And I just played. Oh, let's just. Let's just do random. And then I'll say lunatic. Lunatic Blaze. And I'll also add you as a friend. Yeah, like 15 plus 10, it's a little bit more time and also gives you increment. And so I'm gonna follow you. Okay, and I'm just gonna play e4. Okay, c5, we got the Sicilian. This is my bread and butter. Okay, and we got old Sicilian. I like to change it up nowadays, so I'm actually gonna go with this attack. And And it's similar to the Nimzovich. I think that actually is the Nimzovich. Is that also a Nimzovich attack? I'm not sure what that one's called. I think it's called Trompovsky. No, not Trompovsky. Trompovsky is like where you bring the bishop over here in a d4 pawn opening. That's the Trompovsky. But like I don't know what this one is. Is that I don't know if that's the Nimzo Sicilian or something. The names of openings. Okay, and I think I can castle now. I think the idea is to castle early on kingside. Same idea as what I played as black. Let's go with that. Let's try to. That's probably not correct, 100%, but I'm gonna go with that. It feels right. Okay, so now black has pawn structure towards the queen side. I have a hanging pawn. I could either defend it with the pawn or a rook or a knight. If I defend with the knight, there's going to be some trades that I don't like. So I'm actually just going to... I don't know if I like opening up the bishop is a good idea or if I want to open up the rook. Yeah, let me get the pawn chain developed and open up the bishop. And I usually just attack the bishops. And now I have an escape square for my bishop. Yeah, gotta have the good posture. Kumar. Harold and Kumar's chess adventure. Could you imagine a Harold and Kumar go to a chess tournament? Could you imagine what kind of shenanigans they could pull off behind the scenes of a chess tournament? Like imagine like a chess tournament that's like a whole bunch of people, but like they're all like super mega stoners, and they're like trying to do like a challenge, like, and there's all this like drama and stuff happening in the hotel and like around the city, like they said it in Prague or something like that. Like that would be a freaking awesome Harold and Kumar, don't you think? Especially since the first one was White Castle, so it goes with the theme of Harold and Kumar. Like Harold and Kumar go to Prague and they play a chess tournament. That would be freaking awesome. And you could have some actual chess players, like chess streamers, like Hikaru Nakamura could show up. That would be freaking awesome. Imagine if Nakamura was in a Harold and Kumar movie. Could you imagine? Our boy Nakamura. Just... Oh God. And even like as like a main character, like not like as a side character like in Billionaires. Like actually like a main character, like what, like the main driver of the plot. And he's not himself, he's like a fictional chess player, but he's like it's like he's the one that like starts all the crazy storyline. He's the because when you have like a series like that, like you have to have the main characters that are like the core characters that don't really change across the movies, and then you have the one that drives the main plot of that movie. So it's like that's the real main character, and then Harold and Kumar are like they're more like the setting, you know, like it's a Harold and Kumar adventure, right? And then you have like whoever the main character of that movie would be. I don't know. I'm being really silly. I don't think this is ever gonna happen. But I mean, it's good to think about it. I like it. It's fun. You know, that's how I have fun. I speculate things. Obviously, I don't want to move this knight. Queen would be hanging. I probably just want to develop my knight and then try to push. It defends c4. I like defending c4. So knight bd2. Oh, you don't have to add time to my clock, by the way. I know how to use my time. I mean, we are playing a casual game, so it doesn't matter. I don't know why I say it's just like I automatically say that. Like I automatically say like, "Oh, you don't have to add time." Like I want to play like it's a tournament. Like obviously in a tournament I wouldn't be talking to a camera and to a chat either, so I pretend like when I'm streaming, like it's like what I'm saying is like, especially like during a game, like when I'm doing analysis, it's more like that's what I would be thinking, and like it's good practice. And what I found out about streaming is it gets a lot of the things out of your system. Like you could talk about things that like so that way when you actually spend time with your real friends, you don't bug the shit out of them because you already got everything that you wanted to talk about out of the way. And so when you talk to your real friends, you're just like, "Hey guys," and you're like actually a good friend instead of that annoying friend that's always talking about chess. It's like, I don't know if C4 is good, but I don't know any alternatives. This is kind of an adventure. Obviously, I don't want to move this night. What am I? Okay, yeah. I mean, obviously, if I wanted to be really safe, I could play B3 before doing this, but if I play here, you could close it. If you take, knight takes, and there's no pawns to attack, so you would probably close it. I need to make my coffee now. Oh. My dumbass didn't even heat up the water. So I poured the water into the coffee and it was like super clear. And I was wondering why. Then I like poured it out into another cup because I was gonna pour it through the coffee grounds again. I got a new way of making coffee. I got one of those things that you put on top of the cup. And it's like, and then you put the filter on it, and because what I was doing before, I was doing some like little janky thing where I got like a tea infuser, and then on top of that, I put another tea infuser, and I would pour it onto the coffee grounds that way. But like now, I have like the actual like normal person way of doing what I'm doing. I couldn't find one at Safeway, but I found one at a different store called Rayleigh's. But like. Those it was like $4, but Safeway didn't have any, so okay, so if I take the pawn here, one of these pawn takes, and then pawn takes. This pawn takes, pawn takes, pawn takes, and that's no good for me. If you take this pawn, I just take with the knight. Take this pawn, take with the knight. Knight takes, pawn takes, queen. I could just attack the knight. So if I attack the knight, you can't go forward. So you have to go backwards. I like that. Obviously, if g5, I could always play bishop h2. I kind of like queen a4 because there's no b pawn, no pesky little b pawn. And it's also attacking a pawn right away. Queen can defend somehow, but if you do that, I can play a3. If you play the queen on the b file, I have to play a3 first before I play b4. If you, so that's probably the move. Although, if you just played here or here, I don't know. I don't think black would want to play here. I don't think you'd want to play here because of the bishop. So if you played here, I could just go b4 right away, and the queen's guarding. Okay, I kind of like that. He attacked the pawn. Yeah, I can't believe I didn't boil the water. I thought I did. I think I forgot to plug the kettle in. It's ridiculous. Get your game together. Get yourself together, Rebecca. Jeez. Jeez. Okay, so now obviously this pawn's hanging. I would not want to play a3. Because if I played a3, you would just take the pawn. This pawn, would, is not hanging, so I actually would be able to play rook b1 and then a3 and then b4. I'm still like, obviously I would really like my knight to be there. This pawn's not going to do much except for guard b4, so if I play the rook here, I would have like this file. I'd rather have this rook here. So if I played rook a b1, a5, a3, I would need another defender here. I don't think that's gonna... Oh, yeah, that can happen. In fact, I want to secure that, so let me just move that right away. Because otherwise, white could just take. I mean, black could just take. And I want to secure that. Okay? Because I like that plan. Okay, and bishop's guarding, knight's attacking. Oof. Oof. It's actually a tough call now. I don't think I can save the pawn. Oh, maybe I can. Yeah, I can push f4. And then I have to play king h1 at some point. Pawn takes, bishop takes. Okay. And then it opens up the rook. Okay. I like this plan. I think I miscalculated that? For some reason I thought like that adding the pawn there would change things. Well, let's just trade off the bishop. Could offer a queen trade. Oh no, I don't want that. Because then you take the pawn. Oh no, the knight's still guarding. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? Knight's guarding there. What am I thinking? I'm thinking nothing. Yeah, let me go. The water's boiled now. Oh, the queen retreats. Why you care so much about the pronouns of the people you used to talk to you? Because you're banned, that's why. Booyah. Hmm. Okay. So now you're defending the knight. But I wasn't worried about that. That's something to notice. So if I really wanted to, oof. I don't know if that works. I mean, you can just castle or castle queenside or something. No, yeah. Yeah, but where's that knight gonna go? Like, you can't go here, can't go here. So maybe you reposition or something? Obviously, you would castle first. Yeah, I kind of like that, actually. Yeah, I already like this method of making coffee like 20,000 times better than what I was doing. I'm so stupid. Like, my dad does this too. Like, where it's like pretty much everyone in my family does this. Like, where we get like super like okay with something. Where it's like we're just like, oh well, I guess this thing broke, I guess I'll just like not use anything. Like, we don't like replace if something breaks, we try to fix it or like just get around without it, like do a workaround instead of actually just like getting a new one or something like that. And it's like, obviously eventually we just say, you know what, I'm tired of this, and then we then we get a new one. Like, that's what happens with me or something like that. And then it's like like I could have just done that right away. It wouldn't have been a hassle at all. Well, I don't know why. Okay, I mean, I guess that's actually a really productive move. I do not want to move my king onto this diagonal. I like this queen move now though, because now after I move the knight, I'm also defending the square more. All right. Now I got some coffee and milk. And oh my god, that's good. That's way better than the coffee I was making. Jeez. Okay, and well, now I gotta move my queen, but it's a closed position, so I actually kind of think I think that actually accomplished something. Hello? Hello? See? Rebecca tries to be entertaining. I try, I'm not like one of those streamers that can just always be entertaining. At least not yet. Maybe one day. Maybe one day I can maintain a full stream where the entire time I'm making jokes. That's a skill I don't have yet. I don't have that skill. I'm really amazed by some of these streamers on this platform. There's some amazing streamers here who are just like the whole time they're making jokes. Like that's amazing. Like I could never even really imagine myself doing that. Like I could like do it for a while, but like not the whole stream and stay in character the whole stream. Like it's a lot. It's a lot. Like I don't know if it's just because I'm a little older than all these other streamers. Like I'm 32, almost 33. Maybe it's just all these other people are like in their 20s. New York Times. I get like the front page to like the New York Times and stuff, and like San Francisco Chronicle, and like the and stuff like that. Texted to me from the Biden campaign. They just sent. They just sent when I like donated for the election. They like they said, oh, you can also get the front page delivered every morning, and I'm like, cool. Like at the front page. So now there's some ideas, I think. Ooh, well, I could just get the pawn and allow this, and then move the rook here. But then you take my knight, so that's if I take, and then move the queen. Well, no, then I can check. But then it would just be a trade. And then I can't save the knights. Oh no, I could save the knight. But I would lose a pawn. I would lose another pawn. So that's no good. I could just move the knight here. Actually, I like that because then I'm already attacking that pawn, but now I can attack it with the knight and get the knight on the 5th rank instead of the queen. I mean, the queen might be nice too because then it attacks the knight. Oh my god, that's good coffee. I haven't had coffee this good in years. I've been making coffee so janky. You guys, what is this? What is this coffee? Did I just do that? Did I do that? Oh no. And now this pawn is like, if I take, well, obviously, no, I can't do that. If I take, obviously the rook is no longer blocked. Oh god. I could just take this pawn. I don't want to do something like that because I don't think it really accomplishes anything. I could just move the rook and then take the pawn. Then I can start pushing the pawn. Oh, but then my queen gets stuck. You just like give up on that pawn, I think. Yikes. This may have been the avalanche. I mean, I was already down material, and now I'm down even more material, and more material threatened to be lost. Okay, let me just get really defensive here. And threatening to win a pawn. All you have to do is, well, if you push, the knight can take. Okay, well, you're threatening like a huge attack here. But the rook's guarding. The rook's guarding, but I would have to trade down. Oh no, you're already attacking. This is already a mating attack. Because of the rook. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I don't think there's any way to defend. Only way to defend is to sack a rook. And then the attack's still there. Yeah, no. It's over. What's your stream schedule? Non-existent at the moment. Well, let me just sack my queen just for good measure. Since I'm gonna get mated. Okay, there we go. GG. So now analyze. I'm going to add it to a study, and then I'm going to invite you to the study. Okay, and then I'm going to invite you to the study. Okay, and I'm gonna make you a contributor, and I'm gonna sync. Oh wait. In case you want to analyze. It is Nimzo. Wow. Cool. Now you got control. I have to add that to the chat because before it was only 15 plus 15, but I've added a few 15 plus 10. Is this you have to click on the game. You have to click on the chapters, and you have to click on Lunatic our game. There you go. Oh my god, this is good coffee. I've been drinking coffee wrong for like the past 2 years. Actually, 4 years. I've been drinking coffee wrong for the past 4 years, you guys. This is really good. Oh, so you just play there in that variation? In the Nimzo variation? Oh, it's another variant. You could actually, if you really want to, you could type comments on the right, and I can read them out that way. Obviously, I don't want you to work too hard. It's up to you, whatever you want to do. I don't know if you're aware of how to use the Lichess Studies. If you click on the little comment button, there's a little button on the bottom of the board that like is a little chat bubble, and you can actually comment on the position, and it'll write it into the right of the screen, and it'll permanently be there. So anytime you want to look at this again, it'll be there. Anytime you want to change it, it'll be there. And you can always desync at any time. So if I wanted to desync and look at the position myself, I would just desync and I could just do whatever I want. And then I can press sync again and it would go back to where you're at. It's a really amazing tool. I think it's the best tool that's ever been made for chess. I don't know why chess.com doesn't have it. Like Lichess has like the best tool available for analyzing and studying chess. Like it's open source, you know. I've been trying to get chess.com to do that for a long time. Maybe they should hire me on as a programmer. I could fix it up. But no, you need credentials. You need to actually apply for the job. Okay, what's going on here? I'm not sure what you're trying to say. I guess you're just showing me some visualizations. Like the idea is, I guess E4 is being really strong. You can switch it to your point of view if you want. You can switch it, if you really want, you can switch it to Black's point of view. You want to apply double F pawns? Yeah, I'm guessing like E4 is the main thing here. Yeah, I really appreciate the analysis, by the way. You don't have to do this if you don't want. There's no pressure, there's no obligation. So I really appreciate it though. Whatever you want to contribute, even if it's just that one comment. But you can do whatever you want with this game. I really like learning from others. I really like it when people are willing to look over the game. I usually try to look over the game myself, but obviously outside help is always good. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take all the help I can get. Um, then you have a nasty D file with the rook. If you press F, it'll switch to black's point of view. If I like that, I don't know if it. Yeah, it's still synced, right? Yeah. So if because you play black, it might be easier for you to analyze that way. Or maybe the flipping of the board only affects the. I don't know if it affects both of us. Maybe it does. I don't know. We'll see. I think like when you do a chapter, like you can set it up however you want, because it's like a study chapter. Looking at E4, protecting E4. Yeah, that's why I played Knight BD2. Sorry, I got off like really off track for a minute, and I'm trying to focus again. I have to. I'm doing it like a thing with my therapist, where every time I get like really out of focus, I say the term "I see you," and so it reminds me to bring myself back to the present, because it's like I see and validate whatever was bringing me away from the present, and I bring myself right back. You have the better position. I still have no castle and or development. Yeah, and then there's the doubled up pawns. The doubled up pawns. But I'm pretty sure like I'm pretty sure it's okay for both sides. Yeah, the thing about like obviously I'm letting you steer the ship for now. But like when I do my own analysis, a lot of times like when other people analyze, I'm kind of like not able to really focus as much because it's like, well, obviously I can utilize the information later on. So like obviously you're writing down these notes and I can look at these on my own time later when I'm really focused. Right now I'm kind of focusing on what you're doing, which is you're pointing out the pieces. I'm trying to look at it and understand what you're trying to say. Like, threatening to play knight h7 and then g5 with the tucking the bishop in away on bishop g7. Bishop has to move back, most likely bishop h2 after g5 is played. And black has a control over a lot of the squares in the king side, so then the bishop would be guarding g3. I think though, yeah, because if you play g5, the bishop has this. You're not blocking escape squares. Queen a5, I'm not sure. I mean, queen a4, I'm not sure if that was the best idea. Oh, that is the best move? Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, it's threatening to take the pawn on c6. And then you guard it. But it's also giving me a lot of influence on the queen side. And I could utilize my b pawn. So I still actually had a hanging pawn when I did that. I hung my b pawn. Although if queen takes b2, I just play rook. Oh god, yeah, queen takes b2, rook b1. And then the only move would be queen. Queen would move back to, I think, queen c3 at that point. Yeah, I should have moved there just to defend the b pawn. But even if you did take the b, like after I played knight e1 question mark exclamation point, or maybe it's exclamation point question mark. Who knows? Dubious move. I think knight b1. No, I think knight e1 was either a dubious or an interesting move. Yeah, I just tucked away the bishop just to be safe. I mean, it seemed like the logical move. Sometimes logical isn't the best, but yeah, I don't know if that was a good idea because because the queen's eyed up with the king, so. And now the knight is on e1. It would have protected the pawn. Yeah, because you attacked the pawn. Wait, no. Yeah, I would have been defending the pawn with the knight, and now I don't have to defend it with a really ridiculous, stupid move. Like f4, which accomplishes nothing except loses a pawn with tempo. Because now you can take the pawn, but you have more pieces defending. You have the bishop and knight defending. That was a blunder. Like for some reason I thought I was defending it with enough pieces. I just take with the rook. If I take oops. If I take with the rook. Wait, so if I take oops. Yeah, you're doing something. So oh, and then I can slide over to rook h4, huh? I'll be attacking the bishop. Bishop has to go back to bishop g6. Applying pressure on the bishop. Yeah, and then the bishop has to go back to bishop g6. And meanwhile, while attacking the e-pawn, if I would have taken it. Yeah, if you would have done bishop takes e4. If I wouldn't have taken it, huh? This is good stuff. I'm trying to focus and I'm trying to, it's like I have to trust the process. Because sometimes I feel like I'm stupid and like I'm not really learning. And obviously I am. Just because I'm so focused on taking in the information. I can process the information later. I need to trust that that's an actual process that happens. That obviously it's not going to feel like I'm learning while I'm doing the learning. It's going to happen later. Like I'm gonna like process it through playing games and just going over and over analysis, my own analysis, other people's analysis, playing games, doing tactics, studying. Like obviously, like when I'm actually doing the studying, it's not gonna always feel like I'm learning. Knight df3 would have been best. Yeah, like shuffle those knights around. Like those knights are trading places. If I was Ben Feingold, I would continually make trading places references. Negative talent in life. He's our friendly neighborhood chess troll. I can't take the pawn on b2. It serves as a poison pawn, and queen takes c6. Yeah. So that's a poison pawn because I guess I would just play rook b1. So if the queen take, let me just go off sync for a second. Oops. If the queen takes, let's see. Let's say I did something else I'm gonna like move here, and then if I played here, and if you played here, then I just move the rook. Well, no. Then I can trap the queen. Yeah, the queen is gonna be trapped. Yeah, that's game over. So never mind. Yeah, so that's why you don't take. Oop. Sorry, I'm not very good at like giving people control because usually when I'm doing something, I like to be like in control, you know. But like, it's good practice. I like working with people. I want to work with people. I don't want to just be like I'm doing my own thing and whatever you're doing sucks because that's what everybody on my mom's side of the family's always done their whole life, and they have had nothing but hardship and nothing but failure. Maybe not nothing but failure, but like it's never been something that I've been proud of. Like with my mom's side of the family, I don't like that pride that they have. It's like a toxic pride where they're like, I don't listen to other people. I do my own thing, and it's like, well, you need to listen to other people in order to improve. Like you need to learn from experts and learn from other people even if they're not experts. You should learn from other people because you can always learn something even if they're a beginner. Like you can learn from a child. you know you see things that just seeing things from a different point of view, because you if you want to trust your own ability, then you should be able to learn from anyone if that's the case, because then anybody can show you something and you can be like, okay, well, let me think about that, and then you could apply your own knowledge to it. And that's what I understand. Oh, and then I take the knight. But what about queen takes? Oh, and then I check and I win the. Oh no, I don't win the rook. You play king e7, and then I got the pawn back. Okay, I see. And I've simplified the position. I think black's doing better here. Maybe not. Oh, and the queen's kind of on the run. Maybe queen g7. Or maybe bishop takes knight. Rook takes knight. I don't know. Oh, I have checks. Just keep chasing the king. I could force a draw. No, I can't force a draw as white. King d7, and then queen. I run out of checks. Yeah, queen d7. I run out of checks. Obviously, if king e8, I just check again on queen c6. And obviously, you don't want to play king f1 because then queen takes rook and check, and I win a rook and a pawn. So you play king d7. Yeah, you can't check if it's on king d7. There's no more checks. I feel like both sides have an active position here, and white has an exposed king on the g1 a7 diagonal, but black has a king in the center. But black has a strong attack on the king side, and white has a strong attack on the queen side. The knight comes in though and attacks the queen, so the queen has to go, I think, queen g7. Very strong knight, so maybe bishop takes knight, rook takes knight, queen g7, and then you're gonna play one of the rooks, like rook h g8, and you're gonna be threatening mate in one. So then you play g4, and then maybe black plays f5, trying to attack the pawn, trying to get rid of the pawn so that you can check them because it's pinned. Oh, you're attacking the rook. Yeah, if you can't take with the rook because then you're losing a rook. Okay, so bishop takes knight, g takes bishop, and then rook h g8. Not. Oh, you just attacked. Oh, even better. But no, if you take. Yeah, and then I'm on the run, and you're gonna double up and threatening mate, and so I have to try to trade off. Oh, if you play here, yeah, then it's Oh, yeah. Nice checkmate. Yeah, so you don't want to play knight. You don't want to play the knight. You want to play the pawn. Okay, I'll give you back control. Yeah, sorry, it's weird when like you're both fighting for control. It's like, ah! You move the bishop back, attacking the pawn. Knight's stuck, really awkward on e1. Threatening check. Oh, if you check first, knight comes in. Kukerman wants to play bullet. I'm not going to play bullet. I don't play bullet. Not unless I'm really in the mood for bullet. Threatening mate. You have to play queen or rook to f2. Oh, you're from Hassan's channel, Cheerio? No, that's not Hassan. That's somebody else. I don't know whose channel is that from. DSP? Who's DSP? I don't know how to look at the whose channels it's from in DSP in Chatterino. Hmm. Yeah, this is a very kind of interesting position. This is some really intense middle game. You're a lot you're a lot stronger than me in the middle game. Like this is the kind of stuff that like I have the most trouble with is the stuff in the middle game. Like understanding how to create a plan to get to an end game for the most part. Like I mean, it seems like unless I make a really bad mistake in the opening, I'm pretty decent at playing the opening, and then middle game. Unless it's like my goal, because I understand that complicated end games are kind of hard for me. I mean, they're complicated. This should be hard for anybody, but by definition. But like because I can't really play super complex middle games, I try to simplify my middle game, but sometimes that hurts me, and actually a lot of the time that hurts me because I need to not simplify, I need to complicate and put pressure. I need to learn how to put pressure on pieces. Rook is protecting everything basically. Yeah, the rook. I don't know. This still looks like it's about even, or it's slightly better for black. I'm not sure. That may be because I'm looking from black's point of view. Let me look from white's point of view. It looks like white's on the defensive, which is why I think black's doing better here. White's queen can be attacked at any moment by a rook, so it's like my queen has to like run away at some point to like the third rank. And so or like unless I can continue doing yeah, if you attack the queen, I have to play like queen well, I can do queen h7 check. And try to win a pawn, I guess. White is doing significantly better. Oh yeah, because you have queen h7, queen a7. Queen a7 check, rook or queen to c7, and then queen takes on a6. Or unless there's something better. I didn't see anything better. Oh yeah, you're losing a rook. So yeah, I can't do that. Why did I think that? Because that stupid knight on e1. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. Why did I think playing knight e1 was a good idea? What am I thinking? What am I thinking? He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd. Oh, that's Rebecca Lauren's version of Angry Video Game Nerd theme song. He's gonna take you back to the past. He'll play the shitty games that fuck. Wait, he's gonna. Okay, 3, 2. He's gonna take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass. You have. He's gonna take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and drown it with beer. He's the angry video game nerd. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd. Can't take the D pawn because of F7. Someone clip that. Actually, I'll clip it. Just a second, I'm gonna open that up. Oh, someone made me. You used make me dab. Okay. Oh, what was I doing? Okay. let's watch the skunk and drown it with beer. He's the angry video game nerd. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. I need to turn down my mic a little bit. How come nobody ever tells me this? He's the angry I get clipping. Can't take the D pawn because of F7. Someone clip that. Skunk and clip it and ship it. Okay. Where were we? Back to normal. Yeah, sometimes like I don't realize I'm clipping and people don't tell me. It's like, come on. Yeah, if I'm ever clipping, I wish people would tell me. I want good quality sound. I have like a nice microphone and it's like I have like everything set up. I constantly try to make it sound good. But yeah. I think we've gotten a lot out of this game. I'm not sure like if there's any closing thoughts that you have. Speak now or forever hold your peace. If there's any closing thoughts, we could play another game if you'd like, or I can play somebody else. It's up to you. I really appreciate the game. I really enjoyed this game. I feel like I was actually playing a really strong game for a while, and then I just really screwed up. I think I got a little too complicated. I mean, I got a little too clever. I think I got a little too clever. I tried to play long-term plans, like playing 91, but it just didn't work out. I didn't really... I think I had the right... I think I had the right ideas, but like I think I didn't execute it as well as I could have. Like I think the way I was thinking kind of evolved this game. Like I was like thinking more long term. I was like, hey, if I play 91, it looks a little wonky, but I can play it over to the queen side. And like I think I was trying to be too clever. Yeah, I'm threatening a fork. Yeah, it's like well, actually even better fork. Yeah, threatening a fork. So you would move the rook and you would lose a bishop. Oh no, you would. Yeah, so You can't move there because of the knight. So it's like you would like to be able to. Black would like to be able to move the rook over to g5 to defend the bishop, but sadly you can't. And you're also threatening to win that pawn. Well, you could move the queen over to defend, and then I can't do the fork anymore. And then I attack. Oh, the rook! The rook! The rook is on fire! The rook! The rook! The rook is on fire! Disclaimer, the rook is not on fire. Yeah, that's a strong move. Yeah, so you wouldn't want to move the queen there. Anyway, let's play another game. And I'll play black this time. Right, good luck, have fun. Should I go with Sicilian again? I don't really like playing the French. Let's play modern defense. Let's go with that. I like the modern defense. Okay, and we got like a knight f3. Maybe we're gonna transpose into a d4 opening with like a ready kind of structure. Okay, so the question is whether I play knight f6. Obviously, if you attack the knight, that's like a thing. So I think I need to play d6. I don't think I really need. Do I need to play d6? Do I need to play d6? And do I need to play d6? d6, e6. If I play d6, it also gives me escape square. e6 allows me to play knight to e7 instead. Because then if you push the pawn, you get the center, but at least I have, like... You know, it weakens my dark squared bishop. Or I play d6, and then I go ahead with knight f6. Which would I prefer to play? I like this idea. I like just playing like a little bit more passively. And then also keeping the dark square open, but then that's a long-term idea. Because the white has the possibility of closing the game at any time. However, I think I can play... If I play knight c3, knight bc3, knight bc6, then if you play d4, d5, what can I do there? Well then, bishop's guarding on b2. And bishop's guarding. Or I just castle. And then allow this, and then... just accept the position. Oh no, not really, because... Bishop's guarding. Okay, yeah, so if you push, I take with the pawn. Oh, and then I have control over the long diagonal. I don't know if castling is good yet. If I play this... Yikes. Okay, maybe castles... Yeah, it's a tough call. I can't even go crazy and play f5. Want to play like a Dutch, or no, what's it called? A Scotch? No, it's a Dutch. Yeah, Dutch. Play like a Dutch, and like get that. That'd be pretty adventurous. I'm not used to those openings too much. I haven't played too many Dutch. Playing that F5 in there, it's really adventurous. Castle, and I have the rook on the file. I'm not used to it. I don't really feel comfortable playing it at this time. Yeah, I mean, I could just if I castle first, the question is, I guess I just get the I guess I'm just gonna play like a perk. I guess I'm like, that's it. Or I could play c6 and then d5 at some point. Queen and knight and c pawn versus pawn and bishop. Bing bang boom bong bang. Oh, I could just play d5. And then it closes. Oh, yeah, you can't close because of the bishop. And if you take, knight takes. Or no, pawn takes. I would take with the pawn. And then rook moves, and then I castle to get the king out of the way of the rook. I like d5. Let's play it. It's like the queen's gambit. Okay, and I think I should take with the pawn and not the knight. I like the idea of having a strong center with the pawn. But then it opens up the e-file. Bishop moves, and castle seems really solid. Although I could have played, you know what I could have played was, okay, well I have two pieces guarding, so that's fine. If you started the attack, takes, and queen's taking. I like this because it's guarded once, twice, yeah, so I that's actually not too great. But now I have to play like knight h6, knight a6 or something before I play c5. No. Okay, I can get the bishop developed. Let's guard that pawn again, and then that way I can block the queen. Oh, and then, you know, it's defended by a pawn. At some point I need to play king h8. Yeah, let me prepare c5. Because now the knight and bishop are guarding. Oh, now the knight's pinned. Okay, I could trade off the bishop and then knight takes, and then I lose tempo. Unless I want to move forward, then I can move. Well, that's not good. Yeah, I would lose tempo. It's definitely like an option. Well, no, then you can. Well, we could force it. We could draw here. And then move back, and then you just move back. Back and forth and back and forth. This is like a grandmaster level draw. I like the idea of putting pressure on the bishop. Okay, yeah, and I'll look at the game on my own after this, since you don't have time. Yeah, you gotta make sure to study for those exams. It's really important. Your studies are always number one. You're in charge of you, and nobody can tell you that what you're doing is wrong, because you know you best, and you know, to have respect for people and to trust people to be able to manage themselves is like basic like respect, you know. Like, you know what you're doing, you know what you need to do. I know what I'm doing, I know what I need to do. And you know, what I'm doing right now, you know, this is really important stuff. Really important stuff. You know, I'm a streamer, and I've streamed chess. I should always be studying chess. Especially if I want to do this as a job, you know, like teaching chess, you know, like with lessons and stuff. I've done it before as a job, and I could do it again as a job. I'm not quite there yet mentally, but we're getting there with my therapist. To the point where I can actually like manage like a full-time schedule, or at least a part-time schedule. And I think, because I'm a streamer, I have a lot of practice with working with the chess tools, like on Chess, and I could like, do one-on-one like Zoom meetings and set up study boards like this and play chess on Chess and stuff like that. And I just don't know how to get clients, and that's kind of why I'm trying to grow on like TikTok and on Twitter and on Twitch and on YouTube. Hopefully people, obviously there's going to be people who just don't want to have anything to do with me because of this kind of stuff I post online. I post kind of controversial stuff, and like I also post like, kind of sexy photos of myself, and so some people are weird about that. I really don't think there's any reason. I could try Fiverr. I'm not quite ready for something like Fiverr. It needs to happen in my own terms. I don't need to explain it right now, but I'm just telling you right now that like I have an in-depth explanation that I'm not going to give you. I almost want to see, there's a couple things that I have that get asked a lot in my channel, and I almost want to make like a video that answers like all the common questions, like why I can't work, and like what it's like to be and like and stuff about transgender stuff. Like I can make two separate videos, stuff about my autism and why I can't work, and also stuff about being transgender and what it's like being a transgender streamer, and what it's like being transgender in general, like and just like what's going on with like why we're so angry. Like I think that's a video I should title it a clickbait title: why trans people are so angry. And like I'll explain all the reasons why we're angry. Like, and it's not because we're just angry because we're social justice warriors. It's like no, like, whatever. Like we're angry because we get treated like trash. Like that's basically it. But like I could go into reasons, and I don't have to do that for every single person who asks. But believe me, I have reasons why I'm not going on Fiverr. I can't handle that. I just can't handle the competition. Like, I need to let it happen naturally, where people are like, hey, like, that's why I'm trying to grow on Twitch and Discord and like Discord, and like because I do engage in communities on Discord and like on TikTok and stuff like that, and say like, hey, like, and like Twitter, and like people could say like, hey, you're a streamer, you do chess, do you do lessons, like when people start asking you, like that's my goal. There's a piano accompanist that I went that at my college that I've known for years, and she's never had to write a resume. She's never had to make a business card. She's never had to like write. I mean, I'm sure she has a resume, but like she's never had trouble finding work because she's good at what she does. Like, and because she's active in the community. If you're active in the community, people are going to come to you, and it's better that way. I think like that's my plan, and obviously it's not the best plan, but it's the best plan for me, because I can't go on Fiverr and compete and like be like this super competitive, like, hey, welcome to my 10-part series, of course, like I can't do that. I can't maintain that level of bullshit. I'm not that good at that. I don't think I can ever do that. I can never be that person, because I'm gonna break character at some point. I'm gonna break character. I'm gonna be like, okay, like I'm a regular person. I'm a real person. I can't act like that. Like, I don't know how people do it. It's a skill that they have. It's amazing. These people are freaking amazing. I used to think it was stupid, but I'm like, no, like these people should have respect. Like these people are very good at what they do, and it's just not something I can do. And I have to find a different path. And I'm sure I can find it. In the meantime, I do, because of my permanent disability that we're working on, I'm going to have an income of some sort. And then I can work on, my social media career. In my social media career, I don't mean just like a streamer. Like, I consider a diverse set of growth strategies that involves not just chess, not just music, not just streaming, not just whatever, but actually like a complete all around growth strategy that involves like things that are dynamic and being dynamic and being able to adapt and being able to capitalize on certain things, like I said, like private lessons for chess or private lessons for music, which are two things that I can do. Like, I can teach somebody how to play an instrument, any instrument. I don't care what instrument it is. I can teach anybody how to play any instrument. I already know that. I have this skill. It's a real skill. It's proven. I can do it. The problem is finding people to actually want me, like, convincing people that they should give me money to teach them. That's the problem I have. And I can't do that on Fiverr. I can't, because there's people who can do that better than me. They may not be able, like, there may be people who can do my job better of actually doing the teaching, or maybe not. Obviously there's always someone better, but like I'm very capable of actually doing the job. It's just like finding the work and then like convincing people that you're able to do it is the problem. And so that's why it's a really long growth strategy, why I'm trying to get, that's like the number one reason why I'm on Twitch. Like, is because I want to grow so that people can build a rapport with me and build trust with me. And so that people can say like, hey, I know Rebecca, she's awesome, she knows how to do these things. I'm going to tell people to go to her if they want lessons, like for music or for chess. like like that's the goal, because that's really sustainable. That's something that I'll never have to work at again. Once people roll in and understand that I'm very capable of doing that, then like of actually doing the one-on-ones, like privately and like, like with an hour rate, like $50 an hour. That's what I charge, by the way, $50 an hour. I can't go any less. I like I'm just, like I know what I'm worth. I'm actually worth more. I could probably charge like $70 an hour, or like 75 an hour. Really, that's a nice even number, right? Even if it's an odd number. it's, 75. I mean, I don't know. That's like, it's like $60. I could probably charge $60 an hour for music lessons. I don't know about chess. Chess would probably be like $50 an hour. But like I'm definitely worth like $50 an hour at the minimum, and that's what I was making teaching chess to kids. Like I was in charge of like 5 classrooms, five different sets of students who were all had different all had different levels of chess, all had different levels of behavior issues. And I was in charge of it. I was completely solely responsible for 3 classes, and 2 classes I was co-teaching. And so like I did that 5 days a week, and I was paid $50 an hour, and it still wasn't enough because it was only 5 hours a week. It wasn't, and I wasn't getting paid weekly. I was getting paid like twice, like I was getting paid like 4 times a year. And it's nonsense. I need to be paid like, I need to pay bills every month, so yeah, my time is running out, I'm aware. But like yeah, I mean at some point things are going to work because I'm already growing on TikTok and stuff like that. I'm already growing on Twitch, even growing through Discord. I'm growing on Twitter. Eventually things are just going to start working out, and then it's never going to go back. Like it's just going to continue to grow because I have confidence in my ability. I'm very capable. Like very capable. I'm going to play the bishop here. I kind of like that idea. Um so yeah, like that's the general strategy. I'm gonna try to grow on social media so that I can have a so that I can have like a base of operations. Like um. some reason I forgot the bishop was there. Oh well. Let's see. Queen, piece. Yeah, I'm down a pawn. I don't think it's too bad. I don't think it's too bad. I want to get my rook into the game. Yeah, I mean, that's why I was taking so long. I was looking at the position and seeing how everything was configured. Like, that was a critical moment. If I want to say that was a critical position. That was like, whatever I did, that move was like really important. I'm starting to get better at like seeing critical positions. Or critical moments, whatever you want to call them. I do have a hanging pawn. I think I screwed up there. That's a positional move, and I needed to take care of there. So and yeah, it's just. And for some reason, you decided not to take care. Oh no, because I get this pawn. So if I let you take this pawn, okay. So never mind. It's not. Okay. No, I'm threatening to take the second pawn if you take that. Okay, so I think that works. No, you could. Well, that's not check. Okay. I'm not using enough time. I'm like moving too fast. And you didn't take the pawn. I think that maybe it's just a bad venture. I could, I'm not really analyzing too deeply. I need to take like maybe like a 10-minute break after this. Kind of need to like refresh. And it's good that you're like, this is like this is going to be a good place to take a breather after this game. I've been talking for a while. We've been playing chess for a while. I'm going to analyze the game first, and then we're going to take like a... Actually, no, I'm going to... Oh, God. What did I do? What did I do? I lost a knight. I'm resigning. This is no good. That's no good. No bueno. Okay, and let's add it to a study. Yeah, I'm not sure how to play the modern defense after this. Knight of Fate. Oh, I could have played Knight of Fate. Yeah, I could have played Knight of Fate. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I could have played Knight of Fate. I should have I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I need to clip that. Yeah, I don't really know. We're gonna look at the modern defense after this break. I need to take like a moment. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it here so it's like we're aware of what we're gonna look at. And then I'll put the little BRB on some. All right, I'll be right back in maybe 10 or 15 minutes, and then we're going to study the modern defense a little bit, and then we're going to play some more games. Be right back. Fate? Oh, I could have played Knight of Fate. Yeah, I could have played Knight of Fate. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I could have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. Defense after this. Knight of Fate. Oh, I could have played Knight of Fate. Yeah, I could have played Knight of Fate. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I could have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. Defense after this. Knight of Fate. Oh, I could have played Knight of Fate. Yeah, I could have played Knight of Fate. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I could have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. Defense after this. Knight of Fate. Oh, I could have played Knight of Fate. Yeah, I could have played Knight of Fate. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I could have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. Defense after this. Knight of Fate. Oh, I could have played Knight of Fate. Yeah, I could have played Knight of Fate. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I could have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. Defense after this. Knight of Fate. Oh, I could have played Knight of Fate. Yeah, I could have played Knight of Fate. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I could have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. Defense after this. Knight of Fate. Oh, I could have played Knight of Fate. Yeah, I could have played Knight of Fate. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I could have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. Defense after this. Knight of Fate. Oh, I could have played Knight of Fate. Yeah, I could have played Knight of Fate. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I could have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. Defense after this. Knight of Fate. Oh, I could have played Knight of Fate. Yeah, I could have played Knight of Fate. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I could have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. Defense after this. Knight of Fate. Oh, I could have played Knight of Fate. Yeah, I could have played Knight of Fate. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I could have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. Defense after this. Knight of Fate. Oh, I could have played Knight of Fate. Yeah, I could have played Knight of Fate. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I could have played Knight of Fate. I should have had I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. Defense after this. Knight of Fate. Oh, I could have played Knight of Fate. Yeah, I could have played Knight of Fate. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I could have played Knight of Fate. I should have had I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. Defense after this. Knight of Fate. Oh, I could have played Knight of Fate. Yeah, I could have played Knight of Fate. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I could have played Knight of Fate. I should have had I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. Defense after this. Knight of Fate. Oh, I could have played Knight of Fate. Yeah, I could have played Knight of Fate. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I could have played Knight of Fate. I should have had I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. Defense after this. Knight of Fate. Oh, I could have played Knight of Fate. Yeah, I could have played Knight of Fate. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I could have played Knight of Fate. I should have had I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. Defense after this. Knight of Fate. Oh, I could have played Knight of Fate. Yeah, I could have played Knight of Fate. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I could have played Knight of Fate. I should have had I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. Defense after this. Knight of Fate. Oh, I could have played Knight of Fate. Yeah, I could have played Knight of Fate. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I could have played Knight of Fate. I should have had I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. I should have played Knight of Fate. Defense after this. Knight of Fate. Skunk and drown it with beer. He's the angry video game nerd. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry top in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and drown it with beer. He's the angry video game nerd. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd. Can't take the D pawn because of F7. Someone clip that. Actually, I'll clip it. Can't take the D pawn because of F7. Here, he's a buffalo. He play the shit the rotten asshole, the ear, have a buffalo past. He's gonna take you back to the past. To play the shitty games that suck ass, he'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and drown it with beer. He's the angry video game nerd. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd. Can't take the D pawn because of F7. Someone clip that. Actually, I'll clip it. He's gonna because of F7. Someone clip that. He's gonna take D pawn because he's gonna take you back to the can't take the D pawn because of F7. He's gonna take you back to the past. To play the shitty games that suck ass, he'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a rogue. He's gonna take you back to the past. To play the shitty games that suck ass, he'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and drown it with beer. He's the angry video game nerd. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd. Can't take the D pawn because of F7. He's gonna take you back to the Welcome back. We're back from the break. We're back from the break. Welcome. Welcome back from the break. Yeah, I'm just we've been streaming for a while. I needed a break to have some more coffee and to get something to eat. I had some top ramen. Just be a 2212 rated opponent. It was streaming a simultaneous. That's freaking awesome. Yeah, you must be feeling really good right now. You must be feeling really good right now. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. Okay. Yeah. This has been quite a night. I'm trying to get back into the kind of into the discipline that I've had before in the past as a streamer. You know, where I've been like being able to like do like really long streams, you know, like really long, like not obviously, you know, it's not the best to like do like super long streams all the time, but like I really miss doing these really long streams where it's like, you know, I'm here for like hours and hours and hours, and it's you look at the game, he got absolutely trapped. Yeah, let's look at the game. That's actually a good thing to do, right after having a break. We're refreshed. You know, before I start playing. If you want to play a game, we can play a game after that. I've been playing Rapid tonight. I almost wanted to do like a Blitz tournament though, like you know, just to get started. I might be playing some Blitz games later, in a sub battle, but I don't know yet. So now I'm gonna smoke weed after that. Yeah, go ahead, go do it. And then maybe I can beat you at chess. You know, yeah. I mean, here in California it's legal, but I'm sober now because you know, I've been there, done that, and also it's like I'm autistic and I have multiple mental illnesses, like depression and stuff, and some people that's actually a really good medical treatment, but it's not for me. This is a chess.com analysis, so I have to actually let's let's look at the game. Let me get the PGN. Download. Let's get the PGN. And let's switch it over here and let's go open up a study. And I have, let's just go into game study. That's always good. Oops. No, I need to add a chapter. And using the PGN. Okay, let's go here. Oh, I need to change it up, I think. Why is it not working? Oh, I need to strip the regular PGN. Ah. Here we go. And which one were you? You're obviously not the 2212. Every move is so natural until the trap is already finished. Hey, Big Bang. It's so fun. Okay, well, you played, whoa, D4, E5? Wow. Let's check this out. Let me just like scroll through it for a second and then we'll look at it. I'm just kind of trying to see what happens here. Oh, you win the piece. Wait, did you? Okay, wait. No, this move seems really weird. I mean, it's threatening mate. Give the piece back. You want a piece. Oh wait. Now you want a pawn. And then you win the piece back. You lose the pawn. So with check though. Oh my god. That's painful. That's painful. On could actually continue the check. And it's actually checkmate. That's crazy. You should notice my queen was hanging at one point. Yeah, right here. All you had to do was take the queen. If you want to stay castled, but you could just play it in the center, and then you play here. But it's like you're up a queen. Can't take the queen because bishop f2. Check mate. Oh, duh. Yeah, so it wasn't hanging. What are you talking about? You said it was hanging. That's not hanging. That's just you can't take it because it's mate in one. I didn't see the mate in one until you pointed out. Yeah, so it's like you have to play something. Maybe you okay. But then you win a no. Then you win the piece. Yeah, it's so. I think the best thing to do after this. Just take the knight. No. And you win a pawn. Take with the queen. Yeah, I don't know what this is all about. Like when you play here, like you're doubling pawns, but you're sacking a pawn. You're it's a gambit. You're sacking a pawn. You're attacking f2. You could just kind of put an end to that right away with an e3, but then you block your bishop in. Maybe you have to play a little bit more defensively. I'm not sure. I think the whole idea of this is to get the bishop onto c5 so that you can attack f2. So I don't know if you have to take care of it right away. You could just do this. And then if you take, you triple up pawns and expose your king. So obviously you don't want to do that. But maybe... I don't... Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't know if taking the pawn was probably the best. What's the threat? What's it? Oh, threatening the bishop. You just keep the pin. And also maintain defense of f2. I don't know why after I play was caught by automod. I don't know why the term after I play would be caught by automod. That's ridiculous. It's a gaming platform called Twitch. After I play is probably one of the most common things people say. It's like, geez. Can you look at this funny line here after I play deep pawn d6 and he plays knight f3. You mean knights okay, you play d6, plays knight c3, and then my move here would be knight e7, and if he takes the knight with his pawn, well, why would he take the... Okay, well, if you take with the... You can't take knight. There's... What are you talking about? You said after d6. After d6. After knight f3. Yeah, after knight f3, you play d6. Oh, you can't take, you mean. What? If he takes my pawn on d6. Okay. If you take d6, knight e7, and you can't take the knight because... Take the pawn on f2 check, and you win the queen. There you go. Yeah, that locks the queen in though. So that's like a small amount of compensation though. I don't think there's an easy way to attack the queen, because if you ever oh well, this is hanging. Yeah, there we go. And I have an escape route. Queen takes c2. Yeah, you got queen takes c2. Yeah, so obviously you don't take the knight. You just play e3, blocking f2, getting rid of bishop sacrifices. We did 2000 with this because he took the knight. Yeah, except this one he didn't take the pawn. I don't know why you'd invite that attack as white. Why not just play D3, E3 here? They want to ruin pawn structure? Well, then there's this attack. Still just played E3. Although then I'm winning a piece. So you don't want to play E3. Yeah, I don't like that knight move. Just play E3. And castle kingside. Play H6. And castle kingside. Or get the rook there. Lots of ideas. That's a very interesting game. Yeah, would you like to play? That's the Scotch. Oh, it's like a sacrificial line. What's going on here? There's a lot of sacrifices. Oh, this is wild. Oh, this is normal Scotch. This is normal Scotch. Whoa. Yeah. Whoa. What is going on? What is going on here? Yeah, that's losing a rook. Yeah, this isn't fast enough. Excuse me. Oh, I need water. Unfortunately, this isn't fast enough because of the knight. And how to defend? It's too late. I think attacking the rook is too slow. Let's go to yeah. After you lose a rook, it's over. And you went for mate instead of winning a rook. This is kind of weird. Just go for a. Why not just take the rook right away? I guess you were trying to mate in the center. White was. I mean, you could just go for the easy material. Oh, but then you lose the rook. I see. Yeah, you wanted to save the rook. Okay. I mean, I don't know. You already won a rook. Maybe I would just play here, and then you take the rook, or you just trade it off. It's fine. I mean, just threaten some attacks here. Oh no, that's why. I forgot. There's a B pawn. That's why. You have to pick up that B pawn. I didn't even realize. I forgot the B pawn. I don't know how'd that pawn get there. How'd that pawn get there? Jeez, that's a mysterious pawn right here. Yeah, that's a huge threat. Never mind. That's why you don't take the rook. You have to keep checking, and you get your queen lined up so that you can take the pawn. And then you take with the rook, bishop, queen. Okay, yeah, and then it's just an easy endgame. You promote really easily. You can just attack the rook, and yeah, black can't do anything. So, like, you can just go here. Oh no, you can't. Yeah, you just attack the rook, and you're gonna promote. Yeah, it's over. Queen G8. You better than me, and I showed you all my traps already. Well, we'll find that out when we actually play. Jeez, you're giving me too much credit. All right, so I got the game challenge right there. All right, good luck. Have fun. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Okay, just making sure. I don't like having a messed up stream. Yeah, let's go with this opening. Bishop's opening. I'm going to an Italian or a Vienna. Okay. Well, let me just do Wayward Queen attack. Got you right where I want you. Got you right where I want you. Because I know the opening line pretty much. Are you doing the queen one? The queen one's like I guess this line is actually like better now. I think like I think queen it's either queen e7 or queen f6. Okay. So I play d3 or knight e2. Or I can just continue with knight f3. I mean knight c3. Yeah, there's no knight, so I don't have to worry about this. So I don't have to defend that way. But then I'd like to get the bishop out somehow. Maybe get the bishop here. Try. Let's go with d3. Oh, oops, what's going on there? I have two windows open. Oh. Two tabs open. Okay. Okay. Knight h6. Well, now I take the queen. Yeah, your knight is hanging. The whole point of having the queen on f6 is because the knight, if I take the queen, your knight gets developed. So we're both kind of at a standstill with the queen. Okay. I like where my bishop is for now. Let me get the knight developed first. My castle queenside? No. Let's push the F pawn. Oh, what have I done? I didn't need to lose that pawn. What am I, crazy? What am I, crazy? Crazy old Maurice, Crazy old Maurice, I can't take it anymore. I need to castle queenside. Yeah, let's do that. I'm playing a little bit quickly. I think it's okay. Seems all pretty logical for now. I just don't want to misstep, you know? I don't want to, like, make a mistake. Let's see. I can threaten to win a bishop. I mean, threaten to win a pawn. And you can't move the bishop back to defend. Well, it's not really threatening anything because it would just be a trade. But even then, it would double up your pawns. Break your... I fixed your pawn structure. How nice of me. How thoughtful. How thoughtful of me. Just to fix your pawn structure like that. Oh my god. Jeez. I need to be careful. I don't know what I'm going to do with my knight. I think I need to play a3 at some point. King b1 at some point. Yowza. Yeah, what am I going to do with my knight? I think that might be useful. And then I can bring the rook over. Or maybe this rook. Well, I could just attack the rook first. You bring the rook back somewhere. No, you can't go there. Well, I need to be careful. If I play here, then the knight can be attacked. I'll have to go here. What to do? What to do? I think I like this idea. Take control. Well, that's... I'll just trade. Then I get the rook on the file. I'm thinking the king should come in. What if you do that? I get to check. Yeah, if the king comes in, I check. And then I get the rook. Oh, I mean, I get the bishop. So yeah, obviously you save the bishop. Yeah. I don't know what I'm thinking. Well, I was thinking of mating attacks. I don't have a mating attack yet. If I check. Yeah, that's not really anything. I could attack the pawn. You just move the king? Oh, and then I win a pawn. Yeah, oh, so you go here. Oh no. So you go here, and then I win a pawn. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna win a pawn. I think I'm gonna win a pawn. I think I'm gonna win a pawn. Dental plan. Lisa needs braces. Dental plan. Lisa needs braces. Dental plan. Lisa needs braces. Oh my god. Okay, and then I expose my king, but it's okay because there's no more bishops for black. Don't worry. Be happy. Oh, and I can just trade off the rooks here. And I think this is fine. Let's push the pawn. I can break and I can't play here obviously. Yes. Move the king in. No, I don't need to worry about the king. Because as soon as you get there, I'm in the square. So I can just push. Also, I can always put the bishop here. Put that bish over there. Put that bish. Okay, I think you're planning to defend that way. But I can attack the pawns. You can come in there. Then once you do that, I play here. That way I can block. So instead, I'm gonna attack the pawn. I can defend. Then I push. Push. And then if I want to distract the knight, I can push. Oh, and then I can't push. So you keep the... Oh, God. That doesn't work. I would have to get the king up. Oh, no. Somehow. Somehow get the king in there. And then, you know... I don't think that pawn's too big of a deal. It's actually kind of close. I do have a passed pawn and a bishop. That knight can be pretty tricky. And we're in an endgame really fast. I can't believe we got to an endgame this fast. Jeez. It's like the fastest endgame. It's like gotta be a world record. I don't know how I equalized. I think I screwed up. Because I was up a knight. Somehow I equalized? Why? Why would I do such a thing? Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Why would you do that? Why would I do that? Okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and push. Push, push. Oh no. Let me undouble those pawns. And I got that. I got all sorts of plans. Okay, takes, push, You're guarding this. So that's not worth it. Jeez. This is rough. I need to somehow... Well, simultaneously... See, I need to get the bishop somewhere. Like right here. I need to get the bishop here so I can guard the promotion square. While the king takes time to attack these pawns. I think that's it. Let's do it. Yeah, so the thing is... I need to get the pawn here first. And then I'm guarding all these squares from the king. Well, I could just go here first, and then... Oh, but then you can attack the bishop. See, I need that there. Thing is, like, after I play here, and then... Well, you can play king here, and then pawn here. Then I have to move the bishop here, and then you can move the king here. Oh no, but if you move the king there, I just take the pawn. Never mind. So yeah, because the king would be stuck guarding. Okay. You have to go over here. In which case I would move the bishop back over here. Yeah, this is a little tricky. This takes. I could push, take on Basant, bishop takes. Oh, but then the king advances. My king advances, if that's, I could just do this, take that. Okay, attack the pawn, if pawn pushes, king, bing, bang, boom. On the bishop's guarding. So either push or do a double push. This either forces on Passant, which means my king would advance, and you can never promote without first defending, so it takes 2 turns. But if you do that, I start promoting. So do the double push. The king can't come over here now. Unless you en passant. If you en passant, I move the king forward. Ooh, but I can't capture with the king. Oh, God. That may have been a mistake. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, so you're just going to do this. I think I have to allow this pawn to go bye-bye. Maybe not. Just go here. Oh no, but then I lose protection of the E1 square. I didn't think about that. No! Did I just ruin my endgame? I have to lose the pawn. But instead, I can defend this square. Okay, that works. Oh, no, no, no. I need to be careful because of this pawn. This is sweaty. This is sweaty. Sweaty, sweaty, sweaty. Oh, okay, I need to give up on that. The bishop's safe, because, you know, you can't go to any of these squares. So I just need to keep the bishop here, and I'm gonna have to sacrifice that pawn. This might be a draw? No. I think black's winning? Maybe. We'll see. I think king d1 and not king d2. If king d2, you have a check, and then, well, and then I have king e2. Then check. And then I can't take the pawn because of the knight. Then I push forward. Yeah, and then I'm still guarding the promotion square. Yeah, so if check, king d3, king stuck defending the pawn, and you can't promote without first defending. But then I would promote. Okay. I like this. I like king d2. Oh, and then you take the pawn, of course. Yeah, there was that. I forgot about that. Now I can't go here. Oh no. Oh, jeez. Jiminy crickets. I think this is definitely losing for white now. Yeah, then you're gonna promote. I think I have to do this. So now if you check... Oh. Yeah, this is losing. Losing. This is losing. This is losing. Why do I do this? Why do I do this to myself? I had a winning game too. I was up a knight. I got your knight early in the game. Why would you do this to me? Why would you do this? Why would you do this? Why would you move your knight? Why would you do that? That knight was perfect. That knight needed to stay there. I don't think it really helps me though. I mean, I'm losing a bishop. This is like the only chance I have is a desperado move. This is the only chance I have, and it's still not really good chances. You still up a piece. You got two pawns. Well, I mean, take, push, push, push. Oh, are you not going to be able to? Oh, you have a check. Is this? Did you just blunder? Did you just blunder? Did you just blunder? This covers both of those, though. Oh, is this gonna be a draw now? I think so. Pepe clap. GG. Yeah, I screwed up at the beginning. Let's look at the analysis. I was up a piece. What did I do? Oh, I allowed you to get the piece back. That was a mistake. I should have just moved the knight. That's what I was planning anyway. That was my mistake. I let you get the piece back. I equalized. I was winning. I think I could have played a lot better here. I don't know if I needed to take that pawn. That was a crazy endgame. I don't think you needed to... You didn't have to draw. This knight needed to stay here. You could have just checked, I think. And then how am I going to stop this? I would check. And then what? Like... what am I gonna do now? Try to push? That's my only legal move. And then check. Oh, I guess. Yeah, okay, never mind. That would have won. You needed to move that knight. I can't believe I found that bishop attack. Yeah, if you had taken... I think this would have worked. No, it wouldn't have. I still would have found a draw, I think. Oh no. You go up here. And then... Oh no, never mind. That would have been a win. Oh! Oh god. And that's a draw. Oh my god. Moving the knight was a blunder. I don't know actually what you could have played otherwise though. No, you could have just played right here or something. Or even just play here. I don't really know what you could do here. I don't know. This is a crazy endgame. Well, that was a very well played game. I can't believe I drew against you. You're like a much higher rated opponent. I think because I used like a non-standard line. Almost nobody plays this. But I think you made a mistake here. You shouldn't have moved the knight. You doubled up your pawns, and then you lose the knight. Because the whole thing is it's kind of like a standoff. Like whoever takes the queen, helps their opponent develop. Like if you take my queen, I develop. If I take your queen, you develop. Got 1800 rapid today for the first time. Took over a year to go from 1700 to 1800 rapid. Yeah, it's really hard to get high rating increase, especially online. Like the rating system's way different online. Like if I train a lot and I go up and play higher rated opponents, like on over the board, and I haven't played as many games, I'm still provisional in USCF, and so when I play under my real name and not my dead name, because I'm getting my name legally changed and my gender marker changed, and so I'm gonna be able to play as Rebecca Sophia Lauren, Rebecca Lauren, on board number 3 or whatever. It's not gonna be like my dead name and my dead gender, so play under my real name and gender is gonna be awesome. And then but my USCF is provisional. I've only played like 8 over the board games, and you need like 25 or something to be like officially rated. So I just play in like the under 1800 or whatever, or the under 2000, and just jump all the way up to 1800. Like you can do that with LO when you're provisional. Like I'll just start off where I need to be, like, or my rating like bounces out lower, like it'll be 1600 or 1400 or something. Like right now, I think it's like at like 1200 or 14. Like I forgot where it was. It's like 1200 because it's provisional, and I lost against like an 1100 kid because I was winning and I screwed up a game. I was really intimidated because he was like 8 years old or something like that. It was my first tournament too. The first game I played, I drew against a 1600, and then the next game was against a kid. No, the next game was against another older gentleman, and he was higher. He was like 1700 or something. And then I screwed up. I played a really weird opening. My king got exposed in the center of the board on the queen side. I was playing white, and yeah, and he just like was able to completely dominate, and he checkmated me like in the center on the queen side. and then the next day I played against a kid, and I was winning. He played like a stonewall defense, and I managed. All I had to do was move my king up because there was a standstill like with the rooks on the e file. All I had to do was like move my king up like one square to. I needed to play like king f2, and then I could have moved my rook from e1 to e3, and then from e3 to like h4, and go in for a checkmate attack. But I screwed up. And I allowed him to get his rook. I traded off on d4 on e4, and he got his rook up there, and then he doubled up his rooks, and he ended up checkmating me. And he told me after the game, he was like, "Yeah, all you had to do was march your king up." And I'm like, "Oh God." Yeah, and then my next tournament was like only last year. Before I started my transition, it was during the summer. I was in the like peak of my psychosis, and like I went to a tournament. Yeah, thanks for the game. That was actually a really good game. I liked it. That was an intense end game. I'm glad I got a draw with you. That was pretty fun. But like I like lost, like I won the first game against my friend, and it was her very, I think it was like either her, yeah, I think it was like her first over the board tournament. And I played against her first, and I think she was like, she didn't. I think she was just trying to be nice. I don't think she was playing her strongest. Because I think because she was like, oh, well, I'm playing my friend, and like, I'm like, well, when you go to a tournament, you're not friends with your opponent, okay? Like, you might be friends after the game, but you're not friends during the game, okay? When you're playing the game, you need to kill your opponent, figuratively, obviously, but. But like, you can be friends outside of the game, but like when you're playing the game, you need to destroy your opponent. That's all there is to it. Like, it's your opponent. You're trying to win. And after that, though, I played this kid, and he kept coughing. Remember, he was like, like every 20 seconds. I don't know if he was doing it on purpose or he was just sick or something. But like he kept coughing, and everybody was like, yeah, like, I wish that kid wasn't coughing. Like, it was so annoying, and it's like good to see these kids like showing up to play against the adults. That's like, I mean, obviously this kid was pretty strong, but like, I beat that kid. Okay, I beat that kid. Yeah, I thought he had a checkmate attack, and I was like, "Thank you." I said it really loudly, and the tournament director was like, "Shh." But like, I thought for a second that he missed mate and one, and I realized, oh wait, it's pinned. Like he even showed. I was like, I like pointed at it, and I'm like, you missed the mate and one. He's like, no, you had it pinned. I'm like, oh yeah, obviously, I calculated that. Like, I can't believe I do stuff like that. Like I just randomly like forget that I calculated something. Like, what the heck? What the heck? But yeah, I don't know what to do. Let's go join a blitz. Let's play some blitz. I've been playing a lot of rapid. I think I'm like kind of don't want to burn my brain out with that. Let's play some. There's a less than 1500 blitz arena. Let's play that one. Let's try to get some blitz rating. No berserk allowed. It's all less than 1500. Why is it taking so long for me to pair? Oh, there's not many people. Oh no, there's 409 people. Why is it taking me so long to pair? Let me try again. Why is it taking so long to pair? Let me refresh. Jeez. What's going on? Why is it taking me so long to pair? Is everybody paused? Okay. I was like, what? What is going on with this? Okay. Yeah, let's try the Bishop's opening again. It's a very solid opening. Bishop. Okay, now we're gonna go into Vienna. I could have gone into the Petrov, but we're not gonna do that. And instead I'm gonna D3, knight D2. Over here. It's like I could even just play the Queen F3. Just get the same exact structure. Just put the bishop back. And luckily I have like a nice spot for my knight. I don't know if I want to go here. If you go here, then I take with the bishop. Yeah. Take the knight. If you take the queen with the queen, I just take, double up pawns. Okay, let me just play F4, triple up pawns, and I can get my bishop active. Okay, well, I need to do something about that. Yeah, I can get my rook activated, get a rook lift going if you take en passant. Okay, so just close it. And, let's see. I don't know if I want to open this up because bishop can't come over to g5. And just get developed and then castle, because I'm not in a hurry to move that pawn, because if you take, you can't take because I'll develop like a photo. Just get developed like a photo. Okay, yeah. And now I can take here because I can just get my knight developed, and then the rook is threatening to capture the pawn as well. And I'm threatening a fork. Okay, and then I can just trade. My bishop's guarding. Pawn's guarded. I can't win the pawn. I need to get this rook in the game. Yeah, let me guard against. Oh, I can't. It's not really guarding against the pawn push. But that's how it goes. Oh, you know what I can do? There's a little tactic here. Yeah, you can't take because I get a fork. Oh, what a loser. And I'm just going to attack the knight. And let's get the rook developed. Hey, Catherine, the snail. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, we're just playing a blitz tournament right now. We were playing rapid games earlier. Okay, well, that's a check. I just play king h1. Light squared bishop is really weak. So I got a rook and a bishop. This is actually not too bad that I exchange. I got the rook and bishop. My opponent has the bishop pair and the knight, so that's not too crazy. What to do? What to do? I can attack the knight, and that wins a pawn. If you attack this bishop after I move the rook, I just move the pawn. I mean, attack with the bishop. Yeah, let me attack the knight. Oh, okay. Okay, attack the knight again. Uh-oh, what am I doing? I think I might be screwing up here. Let me offer a bishop trade. Hi, I'm a beginner in chess. How long have you been playing? Tonight or or forever? I'm 30, almost 33 years old. I turn 33 next year. Um, I've been playing chess since like on and off. Like when I was a kid, I learned like when I was 6 or 7 or 8, and after that, I played for like until I was like 12 or so. Like I was even in a chess club for a little bit. Um, yeah, I actually think this might work. I don't think I have to do it. Yeah, let's go here. I don't know, you can move back. I think I made a mistake going there. Cool, I wish I'd played as a kid, then maybe it'd be better now. I don't know. I mean, I played with the chess computer, like, oh, that was a blunder. My opponent just gave me a piece. There's no reason for that. Um, I played against like a Radio Shack chess computer like every day when I was a kid. Like not every day, maybe every day. I don't know. And I also played against my friend on like the Chess Master. It was like on the NES, and that's basically what I did for like my whole life, like growing up. And then like I didn't really play like when I was a teenager. Let's just move the rook over here. I can come down and do this and then just push. But I played against the computer a lot, and I would always try to beat the computer at like the lowest level and work my way up and stuff like that. Made a game out of it. But like I was never like I joined the chess club, but I got either like I think it was a mix between my mom like not wanting to pay for the club, and a mix of me being intimidated by the teachers and by the other students. I had to be perfect, and I was like a math student. I was really good at math, and so like I think I was trying to be perfect. Like I thought that because I didn't understand it, that meant that I'm a failure, and so it's like and so I gave up on it, kind of, and then I kind of gave up on chess as the years. But then I was homeless, and then when I was homeless, like I didn't really have any hope for anything in my life, and in 2010 or so, and then I need to pay attention to the time, and yeah, let's just make some moves. I need to pay attention really quick. I'll finish the story in a second after this game. Okay, I might have to sack my rook. Oh no, never mind. I can sack my bishop. Oh no, I lose my rook. I mean, I lose my queen. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, I could have. Oh no. What am I doing? What am I doing? 12 seconds. I should be pre-moving. Oh god. Aha. There we go. That was close. That was close. I almost lost on time there. I almost lost on time there. That was rough. That was intense, yeah. That was tense. Oof. But yeah, I think like 2010 until I went through like a really crappy phase in my life. I really screwed up a lot in my early 20s, and yeah, from then it was like 4 years. At some point, I kind of I got sober and all that kind of stuff, and during that time I spent like every single day just studying chess. I got a tournament board, and I would just like take the board out at the college, and I would just like work through my database and just study my database. Like I would do it like the Jeremy Silman, there was an article Jeremy Silman wrote on chess.com once, where he was talking about how if you really want to improve like and get to like a really high level and see patterns, go through like as many games that are master games like as fast as possible on a real board. And you can do that really easy with your database. Like you just keep your hand on the arrow key, and every time you move, you just move on the board, and then just go through the whole game in like a minute or something like that. And then you do like 50 of those a day or something like that. And then you could do like 500 a day if you're really on it, but like that's a lot. That takes like 8 hours like of just constant constant work. But you do that and you see like a lot of patterns because you see like masters play and you see the same kind of patterns. It's a really good way, and you can filter by opening, so you can learn like you can like see the same opening with like over and over, like the same first like 3 or 4 moves, and then like see how the games go depending on which grandmaster is playing and whatnot. Hi, Open Trans. Nice to meet you. Or unless you changed your name, if you're somebody else that I don't know, but welcome back or welcome. Um, oh, you're new here? Well, if you're new here, my name is Rebecca Lauren. I am a trans woman. I've been transitioning for like a year, and I'm like, well, a year and like a year and 2 months, but I've been, a year and 3 months. A year and 2.5 months, but like I've been on hormones a year and a month. So yeah, it's been a pretty intense journey. I've been you made an account just for me. Yay. I've been streaming online since like July last year, which is pre-transition. I knew I was trans when I was like 19 or 18, and that was like I'm 33 now. Like I'm 33 next in January, so it's like I'm old lady. So you're from Norway. Wow. So like when I first came out, I had a lot of trouble because I was like partying all the time, and I got a lot of pushback from people. And then there's some people who were being like overly supportive, and I wasn't really ready to. I had to go on my own terms, and I didn't have, I wasn't ready to talk to my doctors, and I wasn't even sure, like, because back then insurance didn't cover anything, and so I didn't know how there'd be even any possibility that I would get any treatment. So I wasn't ready. It took me a long time. In the meantime, I lived like kind of toxically for a while, and then kind of got my act together. I went back to college, and then I was just like kind of like pretending to be a guy for a long time, and nobody really knew. I think I talked about it a few times, but I thought I talked about it as like, oh yeah, I thought that I was trans, and I'm like, dot dot dot, But then, yeah, eventually I had a nervous breakdown. I couldn't really go to school anymore. I went to school for music, and it was a great time in my life, but I just kind of burned out. And you can only run from your problems. Like I was trying to run away from it, but at some point you just run out of steam and you can't run away anymore. And so I just kind of like went through a downward spiral into psychosis. Like it was really bad. Pre-transition was so bad up until like the end of August last year. Like it was really bad. Like September last year was when I first started living as Rebecca, and then I kept going to my doctors and I pushed for hormones, and we made it. And it was like the longest 2 weeks of my life. It's the longest 2 weeks of my life. How I think about relationships, it's not accepted. It's not accepted to have relationships. It's kind of weird. How do you don't get married or anything? But that's kind of I don't know much about Norway. I'm in the United States. I'm in California. It's like the most accepting place for trans people in the United States. Um, I'm like too afraid to go anywhere else. At least not at this moment. I'm on my way to getting surgeries, and we're like almost like we're not like very very close to getting bottom surgery, but like we're getting there. Like I have to get like hair removal first, and then we're working on getting that approved. Hey, thanks for the follow, Catherine. Oh wait, what was that? Oh yeah, thank you. Thanks for the follow, Bucky Bud. Um, so we're working on getting that, and then that it's probably going to be like at least another like 2 or 3 or 4 months before we actually have like a surgery, like the surgery date set. And I don't know when it's going to be, but it's going to be like at least a few months, at least, if not like longer, but most likely longer, but hopefully sooner rather than later. I really don't want to wait anymore. I've been waiting for like 14 years. I really want that surgery done so I can heal and recover and move on with my life. And I don't know the extent of what facial surgery I'll get, but that's the only other surgery I think I'll ever need. I'm pretty satisfied so far, a year into hormones, about my breast growth. So I'm pretty sure I don't want augmentation, but we'll never know. Like until like maybe next year, like another year on hormones, and then we'll reevaluate. But I'm pretty sure I don't want augmentation. But I do want facial stuff. And tracheal shave. But the most important one is the bottom surgery. I'm 32 and I turned 33 January. People tell me I look younger, and maybe that's one of the things that I could actually count my blessings. I think I'm blessed with eternal youth. I don't know. Obviously, that's not true. I do look my age if you look really closely. But people usually say I look younger. I don't know if they're being nice or not, though. Maybe I actually am like hella old. I'm like an old lady. And then people just say, "Oh, you look so young." It's like people say that like when you look old. You look 25, you don't look older than that. Wow. Well, I appreciate your support. But I definitely am my age. I feel it because I've lived a very like it's been years. Like I can't believe it's already been like I'm already almost 33. Like I can't like it only feels like yesterday that I was like just going into kindergarten. I've got the wisdom. I mean, I've been through a lot. Seriously, I've been through a lot. Like sometimes I don't even like believe it. Like sometimes I feel like it's just a dream that I've been through like so much. Like I've gone through school. I've gone through like bullying and all that. Like I've gone through like a homeless phase. gone through like my party phase before that. And sorry to be really upfront, but I saw a video. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I live with my dad. Me and my dad loves me, and so I'm gonna Bucky Bud, just a red flag warning. Anybody that's coming from Box Life is immediately on my scopes. So behave yourself. And, obviously I'm not gonna judge you just because you've seen it, but like, I kind of know the pattern of when people come in here after watching that. That's the video that you watched. That's the video that you watched. Um, but yeah, I know I pretty much know the pattern of people that come in after seeing that. So just try to have a little bit of human compassion and understand. Try to understand that like I'm a human being and that was one small slice of my life. And yeah, it's been really tough and that's not the first time something like that has happened, but we get through it. Life goes on, and me and my dad have an amazing relationship. I love my dad. I try to help him, try to make sure he takes his medicine, and I've been getting a lot better. I've been going to therapy, and I think my dad's been learning a lot too. But I think he needs to go to therapy, but I can't force him. Basically, it's just I don't know. It's been quite a roller coaster ride. This life, this thing we call life. But yeah, I don't know if I want to get back to the tournament. Anybody want to play? I'll always play somebody if they want to play in the chat. I can make you a challenge link. You don't even have to make an account. You can just play anonymously. If you really want to play, I encourage you to. I really like playing with viewers. But yeah, it's like I've been through like then there was a period where I was like in between, like I was homeless, but like I was couch surfing, and then I was actually living like at a friend's house, but it was like basically couch surfing. And I was like really like not like I was so much in shock from living in the homeless shelter, because the homeless shelter is like 100 people in a room. It's really hard to actually like get out of it. It's kind of ridiculous. Like you have a homeless shelter that you have nowhere else to live, and you go in the homeless shelter and there's like 100 people there, and you barely like get any sleep. You're forced out, so you have to constantly like wake up on their time, and like you don't even get it. You're not even really able to take care of yourself, and so it's like, how are you supposed to get a job? How are you supposed to move out when you're in an environment that's not set up to help you? You're in an environment that's just putting you on edge all the time. And then like when I do like get out, like when I hey, thanks for the follow, Pro Master GG. When I do like get a place where like where I had the couch surfing with my friend, and they were like they were of privilege, and so it was like they gave me like a room in the garage, and I had a bed and all that. I had my own room, and it's like I kind of took advantage of it too much, but can you really blame me? I mean, if you're living in a homeless shelter for years at a time, and then you're given you're given a private room, it's like I just want to make sure that I don't lose, like I want to make use, like it's like the irony of it is like it's like I don't want, like I know that it's not going to be permanent, and so like I just like try to take advantage of it, because like I don't know how long it's going to last. And it lasted like a year, and then I really wish I didn't take advantage of my friend like that, but I don't really blame myself, because like I was living in like hell for a while. Like just all I did was like go to the homeless shelter. I woke up in the morning, and then I went to the college, studied chess, and then came back, went to bed, and then did the same thing every single day. I rode my bike to the college with my chess set and with my laptop. I would, in between studying chess, I would like study computer programming sometimes. And like when you were talking about compassion, it's what got me here. You seemed like somebody that's going through a lot of shit, and I know exactly what it's like. Yeah, it just sucks when people see that and then they just judge me. It's like, if people really like watch the whole video, even if obviously it's hard for me to like have any reference, because obviously it's my own life, and I know my own life. But like if I try to look at it objectively, if somebody has only seen that video about me, like if you watch the whole video, you could see even at the end like the real me. A computer was a person that would understand what I wanted. It wasn't so complicated. You've been working on JavaScript game, my self-programming got me through the problems I had with my parents. Yeah, it's like sometimes we have stuff that we do that just gets us through hard times. Like chess and streaming on Twitch has been like the hugest thing this past year. I don't know how I would have gotten through this year without Twitch. Having a place where I can just talk, having a place where I can like share my journey and share my thoughts and stuff like that. It's been really tough, especially like from that time, from last year. It's been a really rough transition, but we're getting there, and I'm being really resilient. My doctors keep reminding me of that, how resilient I am, and my supporters and my friends online. I have some really really good friends online. I have some really good friends online. Like I don't know where I would be without them. Like honestly, like I don't know where I would be without all my friends online. But yeah, it's been quite a year. And it's only going to improve, because I'm moving forward with my life, and I'm keep pushing at this social media thing, at this. I'm trying my best to grow, and obviously it doesn't happen overnight, and it might never happen, but it's never going to happen if I don't even try, if I don't show up. And I do believe, with the support I have, and with the level of dedication I have, and with the abilities that I have, I really think it's only a matter of time, and just continue to push, just push, push, push. How many people do you know online that share your views? Many people I don't feel the same way that I do. I don't know if it's, I think it's just, there's few people that like really mesh with me and like understand and are very compassionate about my struggle, and don't judge me or blame me, and bring me up when I put myself down. And I don't know where I would be without that person. And I thank that person every single day. Yeah, there's somebody really special that has shown me more support than anybody else has online, and I don't want to diverge who it is, but they know who they are. And hi ProMaster Gigi. Yes, I'm getting a little emotional because it's been like the toughest time of my life this past year, and and every day is the first day of the rest of my life. It's like we just take one step forward at a time. And sometimes we take a few steps back, but a step backward is still a step forward because it's the next step. It's just always the next step. Sometimes the next step is backwards, and sometimes the next step is forwards. Sometimes the next step is just waiting. Like you just stay still for a second. There's a lot of different ways to move forward. It's always the next step though. Like it's never you're never reversing. Like you're always just going forward. So even though you're making a step backwards, that backward step is a forward step. And yeah, it's sorry. Um how do you feel about that movie Joker? I haven't seen Joker yet. I haven't seen that. You always ask, how are you? Are you having any negative thoughts? All I have is negative thoughts. Yeah, that guy he's like psychotic. Like, that's the whole thing about Joker. Joker's psychotic. Uh, or sociopath, actually. Um, the movie really, I'm actually, no, is he a sociopath or is he a psychopath? Because psychopaths, like, he acts like a sociopath, but like he's really like calculated. At least there's different versions of the Joker. There's some versions of the Joker where he's just completely crazy. There's some versions of the Joker where he's like really calculated, like in Dark Knight. Dark Knight, he wasn't like sociopathic in Dark Knight. He was like really calm and collected. Everything that he did was calculated. The movie relates to me just want to make people smile and happy, and it's like the world is out to get. Yeah, it's like you try your hardest to succeed, but everybody just stomps all over you. But I mean, there's different directions you can take. You can downward spiral or you can upward spiral. I'd rather upward spiral. I don't want to take out my frustrations on other people. I want to use those frustrations to try to get myself out of it. Yeah, and a new Joker, he's actually a human being that actually just wanted to make people smile, but everything that happens to him is there to tear him down. Yeah, but you go into a downward spiral and you start like this. Anybody, it can happen to anybody, where it's like you start blaming people for your problems and you start like trying to take it out on them, and it's so easy to blame other people and get fixated on certain things. Like I have seen a few scenes like where he's like where he's like you're my father, and and the guy punches him in the face. Like it's like Bruce's dad or something. I don't know. I'll have to see it sometime. But it's basically white male rage. White male rage. White male. There's an SNL skit. There's like Weekend Update or something. Yeah. What do you mean? I don't know. Like, yeah, because like it's like white males who are like in a society that like just kind of sees you as an invisible person, because in our society it unfortunately like white male is seen as the default in white male society, like like in at least in the United States, like for some reason the people who have all the control are white males, even though the actual population is like really diverse. Like there's many different people, but for some reason the people who have a lot of control are like white males. And so it's like it's seen as this default, but being a white male in a white male society means that you're invisible, and I think that's what it is. I think it's like if you're a white male and you're cisgender and you're heterosexual, there's nothing really that sets you apart. And so if you do so, if like you have to try to stand out, and some people do that by acting out, by like being violent or whatever, and because like life isn't going their way, and so instead of actually trying to like humble yourself and try to understand, like it's no judgment. I think the biggest thing is that when people say go to therapy, people get defensive because they're like, what are you talking about? There's nothing wrong with me, I don't need to go to therapy. But it's like I'm actually gonna like end the stream in a second. I need to take a break, and then I'm gonna be playing some chess a little bit later. I think I've streamed enough for the night, and I'm but I think what happens is like people go down this downward spiral. You can go two different paths. Like if you're struggling and people are like giving you like a lot of problems, you can go down this path of like, you know what, like I need to focus on me, and I need to think about what I can do to improve my life and not blame these other people, because these other people are going to be trying to hurt me, but that's their problem. Like these people are going to try to hurt me, that's not my fault. And so I'm going to do my best to make it so that they don't hurt me anymore. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get to a point where nobody can hurt me anymore. Obviously, if I can make myself financially successful, and I can like, manage my finances, like save up money and like make sure that I have like, they call it fuck you money, like you save up enough money so that if you need to, you can take like 2 years off or something and still be able to pay all your bills and stuff. But like if you have enough fuck you money, like nobody can mess with you. Like nobody can say like, hey, you need to do this, and like I get, nobody can control you if you have money. And obviously, people always say, money doesn't solve all your problems, and that's true, but like it does solve the problem of not having money, which is like my number one problem. Besides like, my own personal like mental demons and stuff. Sad to see you go, but you were really right about the violent rage. It's the result of not being heard or seen, because they tried to be inclusive. They do not include the majority. Yeah, money solves almost everything. People who have money say it doesn't matter. Yeah, but not having matter. I mean, see, the thing is like money isn't going to make you happy, really, but but not having money is going to make your life a living hell. So, because if you don't have money, you have no way to live. That's it. Like, sadly, the world we live in is a hotel. I don't know why, but even though we have more than enough resources for everyone to have, and I think that's the direction our society is going. But you know, I know that you wanted to hang out a little bit longer, but I think I need to take a break and end the stream. So let's do that. Anyway, I hope that you enjoyed our time together. I really did. And I can only hope that we can have more chess games in the future. Bye.